Released in 2006, written by Brian Michael Bendis, with art by Stuart Immonen, this is Ultimate Spider-Man: Death of a Goblin. And this, if you've been following along with my personal headcanon of the Ultimate Marvel Universe, more specifically the Ultimate Spider-Man series, is the first story taking place in Peter Parker's senior year of high school. He's almost done, ladies and gentlemen. He's gonna graduate! And what better way to signify the massive change that he has undergone as a person, especially since that previous volume, than to bring on a brand new artist like the incredible Stuart Immonen. The book begins in the early morning within the lower levels of the Triskelion. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Carol Danvers, who became director following Nick Fury's arrest by another dimensional superhero team called The Squadron. Check that video out on my channel now to catch up. Carol has been brought down here because the Triskelion is getting some upgrades and much needed reworkings done and completed to it, and thus the prisoners need to be transported. She's led to a large sealed off metal door, and Carol is told it houses him. And the only thing he ever wants is to talk to Nick Fury. She suggests maybe she should put an eye patch on, and then orders the door to be unlocked.
Norman Osborn.
Who are you?
Captain Carol Danvers. Director Danvers to you. What can I do for you, Mr. Osborn?
I want to talk to Fury.
Fury's not here. What can I do for you?
Where is he?
Not here. What can I do for you? Very busy.
I'm ready to make my deal.
And that is what exactly?
Fury offered me a deal. He offered me privileges in return for my scientific cooperation.
You might have missed the part of our conversation, but Fury ain't here.
Get me Fury, you cow! Get me Fury! Get me my son! This is a complete waste of time just sitting here!
Well, I guess you should have thought about that before you turned yourself into a goblin and killed people.
Woman!
Yeah? Ooh.
Danvers marches away and orders them to up the dosage of Norman's medication, and sometime later, it is lunch hour in Queens on a bright, cloudless September day. The Shocker and his getaway driver round a corner in their Hummer, pursued by the police. Shocker unleashes his vibro shock guns on the cruisers when Spider-Man swings into the scene. A cruiser is hit when Shocker's vibro gun flies out of his hand and discharges, rocketing the car upward into the air. But Spider-Man is able to web it before it crashes into a crowd below as the Hummer speeds down the street. And the driver spots a young woman in the road at the last second, and the Hummer phases through her and drifts to a halt. Spidey swings over after him and is shocked to find Kitty Pryde, aka Shadow Cat. She tells Peter that her mom actually works down the street, and Peter compliments her new costume and thanks her for the team-up. She assures him this was not a team-up, and Peter says it's nice to see her doing the superheroics again. Then he asks if she's still mad at him. She tells him that she is not having this conversation right now. Spidey asks if she wants a lift back to the school, but she declines, and Spider-Man swings away as the crowd of onlookers cheers them on. And after lunch, in their home ec class, Mary Jane Watson's mind drifts back to the night that she was transformed by the Oz formula. She snaps back as the teacher speaks to the class about this project that they'll be covering over the course of the next month or so. And that's when Peter rushes through the door, 15 minutes late, followed by Kitty. The class all make an ooh in unison, and the teacher demands that everybody shut up and the kids sit down. She congratulates everyone, because they're now parents! That's right, it's that classic baby simulator project. Split into pairs, the kids will have to take care of a fake baby doll, as well as journal everything that happens to it, keeping a comprehensive log and ensuring that it doesn't die for the next month. She then begins to handing them out. Flash and Liz get a beautiful baby boy. Kenny and a boy named Izzy get a lovely girl. MJ and Brad get a boy. And Peter and Kitty are given a little girl. After class, MJ gets upset that Peter was partnered up with Kitty, and Peter reminds her that he didn't do this. And then Kitty rocks up and asks if they all agree that this is a nightmare. MJ agrees, and Kitty tells Peter that she'll just take the baby and do the diary log, so they don't have to worry about dealing with each other. But MJ tells her it's fine that they do it together, she's just annoyed at their home ec teacher. And then Peter tells Kitty that after everything he's gone through, he can handle a toy baby. And then Flash saunters into the picture and asks if the baby's a half mutant. Half mutant, half spasmo. A spasmuto! And Kong smacks him upside the head and orders Flash to apologize for being a racist asshole. And Flash apologizes and storms off. And Kenny asks if Kitty's okay. Then he starts stuttering after she thanks him, and MJ enters the scene and tells Kitty that Kong is actually a pretty cool guy, and MJ's surprised that she hasn't gotten to know him in the handful of months that Kitty has attended Midtown. And he was in a movie. And Kenny tells her about the time he had a very minor role in the Spider-Man movie that came out last year, but he points out that she's way cooler than him because she was an X-Man. And the two walk off, and Peter jokes that Kenny just stole the mother of his child. And later in the day, as director Danvers and someone who kind of looks like Phil Coulson, even though this was years before Phil Coulson was invented as a character. But doesn't it look like a stylized Clark Gregg from the two panels that we see him in? I'm claiming this man is the Ultimate Universe version of Agent Phil Coulson. He does appear later in the universe in Ultimate FF, where he leads the Future Foundation. So who's to say this isn't just him? He quit S.H.I.E.L.D. and eventually works for them. This is Ultimate Phil Coulson. Add that to the Marvel fan wiki. Anyway, they're going over a checklist of the prisoners that they need to secure and move during this logistical nightmare, and Danvers asks why they apparently don't have any contingency plans in place. Coulson assures her that they leak sleeping agents into the ventilation systems that knock the prisoners out for 48 hours, and then an agent alerts Danvers that Osborn's prison cell just went dark, all the monitors are dead, along with his vitals, visual, audio, and everything else. They radio into the cell block command, and a massive explosion erupts from the Triskelion. Flashback time. After Danvers pissed off Norman, he just kind of lounged around his cell for many, many hours, practically meditating, planning, thinking about how foolish Danvers and Fury are for not having what he has created. His evolution that he offered to share with them on a silver platter. And eventually Norman begins smoking as he forces the transformation into the Goblin upon himself. And the tech in the room begins short-circuiting as the energy builds off of him until his entire cell is a blazing ruin. Then the explosion happens from sub-basement 9, rising as high as the Triskelion itself, and the Goblin is released along with all of the other prisoners held within, one of which is a young blonde girl who simply walks past Goblin in a daze. And a figure begins moving towards Goblin as he prepares to escape into the world, the figure of Otto Octavius, who sometime between the Clone Saga and now has been once again imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. I imagine it probably happened briefly after the Clone Saga took place. You know, after Peter and Jessica Drew kicked his teeth in, Fury probably worked his magic to get Otto out of the grasp of the FBI or the CIA, whoever it was, and into S.H.I.E.L.D's talons. I can easily see the FBI selling Octavius down the goddamn river after their special project went haywire and killed pretty much everybody that was in charge of it except for Otto. Anyway, Otto sarcastically tells Norman that he's looking well, and then he strikes him with a tentacle, and Norman's inner Norman monologue gets pissed that Otto is ruining his moment. And Otto reveals that he gave the feds the Oz formula, but even they still couldn't figure out how to make it do what it did to them. And Peter Parker. Otto goes for another strike when Goblin catches a tentacle and generates a fireball and lunges at him. Otto strikes him once again, and Goblin slams into some rubble. Otto demands that the Big Oaf stand down and consider just how impressive their forced evolution has become. then he's electrocuted. And Electro saunters up and asks if Norman's in that big green gobby body and asks what the plan is, because he needs some pay and work on the outside. Goblin growls to give him a few days and he'll get in contact. And Electro briefly talks about all the good times they had together, almost taking over the White House, and soars himself away, followed by the Goblin, who rockets out like a missile from the wreckage. Shield choppers open fire as Goblin reaches his apex and falls into the ocean, where he waits until the choppers pass overhead. Then he rockets out of the bay, launching more fireballs and ripping the pilot out of one and crashing the chopper into another. Then he lands on the third and tears his massive claws through the rotor engines, and the helicopter careens into the southern tip of Manhattan. More SHIELD helicopters race to the scene but lose visual as they're radioed in to continue after Electro, who is heading towards George Washington Bridge. And in the dockyard, Norman steals a utility suit and hat and sneaks away. Later that evening, in the high-rise apartment of criminal lawyer Joseph Sinnott, Joe speaks to a young lady over the phone that he's getting ready to head out to see when he finds Norman Osborn in his bedroom trying on a suit. Norman immediately asks his former lawyer where all the money is that Joe hid for him, because it's a rainy day and he could really use some cash. Joe freaks out and pleads with Norman to just leave, and Norman tells Joe that he was held without a trial and left to rot in Nick Fury's basement, and he needs money and his things. And then he orders Joe to go call Norman's old publicist, Stanley, and make a booking ASAP. And that night, as the evening news begins, covering the events that unfolded at the Triskelion earlier that day, the Ultimates working to arrest and detain the escapees throughout New York, we cut to correspondent Patsy Walker. She begins that Norman Osborn was once a brilliant philanthropist and scientist on the cutting edge of genetic technologies. But his fate in recent years has fallen into a mystery until tonight. Because on live television, Norman Osborn is going to discuss the events that led his life down a dark, terrible path where he found himself incarcerated without trial by the same government he's dedicated his life to work for. And back at the Triskelion, Danvers assures the president that Magneto's cell was not affected by the damages. Then an agent alerts her of what is currently airing. Norman Osborn telling the whole country, the whole world, that his son was taken away from him, his company shut down, his home, and everything he owns removed from his possession, and then he was sent to prison by Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, who then began experimenting on Norman Osborn with untested chemical compounds that turned him into a monster. And Norman tries not to tear up as he confirms that this is what happened to him. He tells Patsy Walker that he was tasked by the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D. to create a genetic formula that could one day solve the super soldier serum. But they took it from him and imprisoned him. And the only reason he's even here is because that lunatic Otto Octavius murdered those poor S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and Norman ran, and he breaks down because he doesn't know what to do. And in Queens, MJ and Peter discuss double dating with Johnny and some girl that he's seeing when Norman Osborn's face appears plastered on all kinds of screens in a shop window. MJ fucking panics and runs away, and Peter chases after her, grabs her, and pulls her into the mouth of an alley as she hyperventilates and nearly passes out. Peter calms her down as she exclaims that Osborn's going to kill them. But Peter assures her that Osborn only wants to kill him. And they slowly return to the store that's broadcasting the news, and they watch as Norman Osborn discusses Fury's hand in creating the Goblin. And MJ is now in the anger stage of Kubler-Ross and wonders why the hell Norman escapes jail and immediately goes to the news networks to try and set Nick Fury up like this. And so they run home. Then MJ's mom speeds up in her own car. She orders Mary to get in immediately because she saw Osborn's broadcast and they're getting the hell out of town and living in hotels for however long it takes for Osborn to be apprehended. Peter tells MJ that that's a good idea and that she should go. And they hug and share their love for each other. And then MJ climbs in and she and her mom speed away. Peter enters his house and finds Aunt May sitting with her boyfriend, Miles Warren. They're introduced, but Peter is a bit preoccupied and asks to speak with May in the kitchen. And he quickly informs her of the Norman Osborn situation and tells her that she needs to get somewhere else. Somewhere safe. Then Miles calls and apologizes for having to leave because one of his old patients is having an episode, and he says goodbye to the Parkers. They wait until he's gone and get back into things. Peter tells May that she needs to pack what she needs and get going because a mutated insane man is now stalking them. May tells him to come with her, but Peter refuses. About 20 minutes later, Peter sees May to her car after she's packed, and he jokes that, hey, now she can go order room service and watch pay-per-view and relax at a hotel pool, and reminds her to make sure that she take it easy, what with her heart. May assures him that she has her meds, they say goodbye, share their love for one another, and May drives off into the growing night. A half an hour of web-slinging later, Peter arrives into the dark and abandoned Osborn high-rise, and he sneaks around ready for anything, except this. A bald man walking out of the shower. Electro! And back at the Triskelion, Danvers once again speaks with President Bush, assuring him that what Osborn said is not true because a Fury arrested him after he attacked people. An agent that informs her that they're picking up metahuman signals from downtown Manhattan. And in downtown Manhattan, Electro attacks Spider-Man and escapes out of the balcony into the city. Spidey begins swinging after Electro, informing him that he forgot his dignity inside as they wind up fighting across Times Square until Spider-Man webs his hand and uses it to slam Electro. Electro strikes back and launches Spidey through a shopping center, then S.H.I.E.L.D. troops arrive and open fire. Electro returns it and unleashes havoc and destruction onto Broadway. Spidey uses the S.H.I.E.L.D. distraction to slam a tire into him, and then grabs a loose telephone wire and wraps him up. And then Electro goes fucking mental, exclaiming that he'll kill everyone! But the little guy overdoes it and loses consciousness, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents keep their weapons trained on Spider-Man and demand that he get onto his knees because he is under arrest. Spidey quickly dodges out of the way of their blasts, but he's struck in the shoulder and crumbles to the ground. And somewhere in Queens, Kitty and Kenny work on their trigonometry homework together at Kitty's house. They compare and contrast Midtown and the Xavier Institute when Kitty notices the TV. She unmutes it as the news reports that Spider-Man has been arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. They're both shocked, and Kitty asks Kenny what the nicest way is that she can kick him out because she has to go help Spider-Man. And about an hour later, a very groggy, very unmasked, very de-web-shootered Peter Parker wakes up in a cell beneath the Triskelion. He finds Director Danvers standing before him, and Peter demands to know what the hell this is all about as Danvers fiddles around with one of his web shooters. Peter chastises her for wasting it, because that stuff doesn't grow on trees. Peter asks who she is, and she explains that she's the new Nick Fury. Peter sarcastically congratulates her and asks if he can get going now, but Danvers declines, telling him that she's forced to play a game that she didn't invent, nor is she particularly good at, but it's a game that has to be played. Peter asks if it's Hungry Hungry Hippos, and Danvers smirks. And elsewhere in the city, at the home of Joe Sinnott, attorney at law, he and Norman watch the news broadcast. Norman can't believe how fucking hilarious this is all turning out. He escapes and S.H.I.E.L.D. arrests Spider-Man and that clingy electric idiot. This is pretty great. Joe once again recommends, as Norman's lawyer, to give himself up to the authorities, but Norman once again reminds him that he's never actually been charged with anything, and as such, Joe is not abetting or aiding a criminal. Joe tells him he's an enemy of the state because he attacked the White House, and Norman leers down at him, asking if he stole his money, and his eyes begin to burn. Back at the Triskelion, Danvers has fun thwipping and asks Peter what he and Fury's deal was exactly, and so Peter reluctantly tells her that Fury said that he was letting Peter get through his life, graduate high school, then once he was an adult, he'd offer Peter the chance to join S.H.I.E.L.D. or put in a good word with the Ultimates or something. She asks if that's really what he wants to do when he grows up, to be a superhero. Peter tells her that he'll settle with just growing up at this point. And then he asks where they are. She assures him that he's safe beneath the Triskelion. She's just trying to figure out what she's gonna do with him after Osborn is taken care of. Because new rules are being written every day about powers, mutants, and superheroes. And then she gets a call from Agent Wu in the Upper West Side. He informs her that a high-rise is currently burning to the ground. One of the tenants was Joseph Sinnott, attorney at law. Wu continues that there are no witnesses of Osborn being here, and if he did use his powers, then their eye-in-the-sky satellite should be able to track the power signature. She tells him to keep her updated, and then hangs up. Carol Danvers then marches back into the room when Shadowcat phases through her torso. Kitty snatches Spidey's mask and web shooters and phases into the cell. Then she phases Peter through the floor and up outside. Not long after, they arrive at a pier and try to steal a boat when the floodlights clash over them, and Danvers orders them to stand down. Kitty yells that she's leaving with Peter, especially after they arrested him for no reason, and Carol reveals that she has a nice, fancy mutant power paralyzing device held in her hand. The duo shout at her, and she rubs her temples and explains that she was holding her little boyfriend in protective custody because she wanted to use him as bait. Carol continues that she needs Norman not out in the open and in the fucking city, so if she conducts a public capture of Spider-Man, she figured he'd come after Peter. But now she has to deal with some dumb teenage girl in a weird mask. The two argue that they should have fucking told him that, and then an agent runs up and informs her that they've tracked Norman's energy signature to Trump Tower. Carol redirects her troops and orders a Hulkbuster unit to suit up and get airborne. Then she enlists Shadowcat and Spider-Man as she suits up. Kitty is nervous about using a gun, but Danvers informs her that it's just a neuroneutralizer. Then she unofficially deputizes the two as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for the night. Later, Spider-Man swings through the city as a legion of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents soar behind him. And at Trump Tower, Norman meets with his old accountant, demanding his money back or else he'll really hurt his wife and daughter. And he transforms into the Goblin. Then he's riddled by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Spider-Man lunges inside and kicks him in the jaw before a heavy weapon is fired directly into Goblin, and Kitty helps rescue the family. Goblin rises to his feet and Spidey notes that he's still not down, like Danvers said he should be. Spidey swings and hits, then he webs him up some more until he runs out because Carol kept fucking with it. Goblin grabs him by the ankle and launches him out of the penthouse window. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surround the building and unload from every possible direction as Goblin stumbles out of the window after Spider-Man. Kitty watches and realizes that Peter is out of webbing and dives after him as he plummets the 50-something floors to the ground below. The Goblin roars as he nears after Peter, and Kitty tries desperately to speed up as Danvers and S.H.I.E.L.D. rocket after them. Kitty uses her powers to phase through the air itself and remove the limit of terminal velocity, and at the last second, Peter and Kitty sit in a massive sewer beneath the city. They unfortunately catch their breath there, and then Kitty brings them back up top, where they find a massive, ruined intersection. Peter asks Danvers where the hell the Goblin is, and the agent tells her that Osborn leapt away like the Hulk and they lost track of him. So she tells him that they better fucking find him. As Peter leaps up to the ruined street lamp and looks around. He lands, tells Kitty that they need to go, and then thanks Danvers for such a wonderful and productive night. But because they have school in a few hours, he grabs Kitty and they head out. And he tells Danvers that if he sees the Goblin, he'll just wait until Nick Fury is back on planet Earth. But because he's out of webbing, Kitty has to just kind of hold on to him as they climb up a building. They get to the rooftop and Kitty does the Marion Ravenwood line again, and Peter tells her that he was hoping Norman was hiding nearby and that he'd actually chase after him after they left S.H.I.E.L.D., but no dice. And then he thanks her for coming to rescue him, and she tells him to just not make a thing of it. Peter apologizes for how they ended things, how he technically didn't end things, which made ending things far worse, and tells her that she didn't deserve that. Kitty tells him that she is very aware of that fact, and then asks if MJ and Aunt May are safe. Peter tells her that they are, they left town, and then complains about how sick and tired of Norman Osborn he is. Kitty asks if he wants to sleep over at her place tonight just to be safe, but Peter declines. She tells him not to be weird and reveals that she's actually thinking about dating Kenny from school. She asks if he's actually a good guy like MJ said, and Peter assures her that he is if he's not hanging around with Flash and his dumb buddies, since he has a kind of sidekick-itis, unfortunately. He's yet to come out of his shell and, really become his own person. The two then head over the Queensboro Bridge and briefly stop, Peter making sure that Osborn still isn't coming after him. And about an hour later, after taking Kitty Pryde home, Peter looks through his neighborhood, sees nothing, hearing less, and slinks inside and changes. And then he realizes he overlooked the bright pink hippie-mobile parked down the road. So he grabs some snacks and soda and heads out, knocks on the door, and gives the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inside something to eat and drink. They thank him, and Peter checks out all the cool technology that they got in their van. One of the guys says that they're actually big fans of Spider-Man and everything he does, and Peter asks how they became S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and the guy is like, you just kind of sign up. And one of them notes that the pay isn't great, but you get to do quite a bit, and the pension is quite nice. And then they show off the sweet camouflaging van, noting that it also flies, but they can't do that without authorization. Peter says that they can head inside if they need anything or need to use the bathroom or something, and they thank him and then close up. And Peter heads back inside and checks the home phone voicemails, and then his spider sense goes off.
Peter.
Get out.
Cute display back in the city.
There are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents right outside the house.
As long as I don't use my powers, they'll stay right there. But if you want me to kill them, then by all means, go and get them.
What do you want?
Oh, sorry, I borrowed one of your aunt's bed sheets. Nothing you had in the house fit me.
What do you want?
I want the life I had back. I want my money, my son, and I'll gladly destroy Nick Fury and anyone else who gets in my way.
Bad time to break out, Normie. Nick Fury ain't around anymore. Hence the fact he hasn't disintegrated you.
Yes, I have noticed that. My boy, you are the only proof left on the entire planet that I am a genius. You're my legacy. You're my proof that I belong in the world.
I was an accident.
So was penicillin.
You created you. That's all you've created. What you did to Harry?
Yes, but I'm a monster. You're a hero. My greatest work. You're what I will be remembered for. And if you, hero of New York, congratulations, by the way, step forward and tell the world that I created you, if the world sees that, given that chance, I could create more. All else is forgiven.
You're a murderer!
You know, after World War II, this country gladly welcomed in Nazi scientist after Nazi scientist who did 50,000 times worse than I could ever imagine.
Listen, Slappy, I'm not going to help you. You're so crazy that crazy isn't even a sufficient word.
I have nothing to lose, Peter. You do. You have so much to lose.
See, that's the kind of talk that bums everyone out about you, Norman. But I'm not scared of you. Especially when you're wearing a toga.
What is it?
It says, turn on CNN. Peter grabs the remote, and the two watch as S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Carol Danvers and several agents stand before a press conference with Harry Osborn at the Triskelion. Harry sends a message to the people of New York City that his father is a liar, a sick and deluded man who killed his mother and turned Harry into the same monster that he turned himself into. And Norman's eyes begin burning. A few minutes later, Peter wakes up after having been rendered unconscious after Norman goblined out and struck him upside the head. And as the sun crests over the horizon and the overcast storm clouds reveal themselves in a birthing sunlight, Peter heads for the Triskelion. Harry asks Danvers if that was okay and all, and he did well, and she tells him it was great. Then she also reveals that it wasn't actually CNN. It was a very closed broadcast to the one television that they knew his father was watching, and Danvers orders him to get down below and secured. Then they make their way across the helicarrier deck as the first drops of rain begin to fall, and Carol suits up. Then the Goblin is spotted, lunging through the dark, sickening sky. Danvers orders all weapons to open fire, and the Goblin is shot down. She orders some agents to get Harry into the helicarrier as the entire ship rocks as the Goblin lands.
May I have a word with my son?
Fire at will.
This is our thanks I get. I'm very disappointed in you, boy.
I'm not letting you go, Norman. So just say night-night because I am not letting you go.
Fire, fire, fire.
Harry, are you okay?
Hey, Pete. Not really.
Oh, Christ.
Man, you really have a way with people, don't you? You are 21st century crazy. New and improved crazy. Truly award-worthy. Stop! You have to stop!
I am your father, Harold, and this is the thanks you give me for giving you everything. This is how you honor me.
You killed your own son.
Kill me. Kill me, please.
Gladly.
No.
Danvers tells him that she is truly sorry. Peter asks why they didn't just use the Oz formula cure that Reed Richards made for MJ on Harry. Danvers assures him that they tried, but it never worked. Peter tells her to stay the hell away from him and out of his life because she is not Nick Fury, and he doesn't know her. And Danvers watches as he walks away. 2 days later, in class, Peter stands up and asks if he can say something, and he tells everyone that he learned that Harry Osborn died a few days ago. And even though no one really talks about him since he disappeared again, Peter just doesn't feel that it's right because he's gone now. And he was wondering if anyone who knew Harry could just share their thoughts and feelings for a moment. And Peter begins to tear up, and MJ and Liz start crying, and Peter gives his eulogy to Harry Osborn, someone who, even after everything they were going through and dealing with, still was kind and stood up for others who couldn't stand up for themselves. Peter says that he's thought a lot about what kind of person does that. And that person is a hero. And they lost him. The end. Released in 2008, written by Brian Michael Bendis with art by Stuart Immonen, this is Spider-Man and his amazing friends. It's a bright and sunny weekend, and high school senior Peter Parker sits in his attic bedroom trying to read an Einstein book, but he can't focus, and the thought of Harry flashes through his head. Elsewhere, Kenny Kong McFarlane readies himself for a date with Kitty Pryde by doing some push-ups. He worries about the date going well because he really likes Kitty and he doesn't want to screw up with her, and he wants to be more with her than just friends. He thinks to himself that he's not going to be the fat ass that everyone thinks he is. And he's going to have an awesome mutant girlfriend, and her name is Kitty Pryde. Then his mind drifts as he tries to remember where he was in his count. And then he thinks about how he wishes that Peter would just confide in him that he's Spider-Man already, and worriedly wonders if Peter and Kitty did it when they were dating. At the mall food court, which is probably Queens Center, Mary Jane Watson stands idly at the front counter of Corn Dog on a Stick? Now, is that the name of the establishment, or is that just an advertisement of what they sell? Because, based on the other signs, it seems that's the name, which is bad. That is a bad name, because when have you ever eaten a corn dog and it hasn't been attached to a stick? Anyway, she bemoans the fact that she is Spider-Man's girlfriend, yet she still has to work this shitty part-time job and make exactly 25 cents over minimum wage, which around this time would have been roughly $6.25, $1 less than the current federal minimum wage currently in America. She listens to her middle-aged manager yell at another employee that if you have time to lean, you have time to clean, as MJ cleans an already cleaned down counter once again. Then someone walks up to the counter and orders a lemonade. Liz Allen! And she looks like shit. MJ is understanding, and with her manager in the back, she gives Liz the lemonade for free, and they say goodbye. And across the city in downtown Manhattan, Johnny Storm sits at an outdoor restaurant with a starlet, getting more and more annoyed by the fact that she has totally ignored him the entire time they've been sitting there. Finally, she puts her phone down and fixes her hair as the paparazzi show up, and Johnny begins steaming. The following Friday, another week of school has come and gone, and Kitty Pryde sits alone in the cafeteria yet again. She knows his students staring at her yet again. So she stands up, throws out her arms, and phases through the floor and into the basketball court. Now, is that a thing? Hold on. Are there schools with cafeterias on the second or third floors? I suppose it would work, since the majority of the space for a school would be up rather than expand out, especially where this one is, in like an eastern state dense area. It just seems odd that apparently the basketball courts and the gym are one story below. So school ends and Peter and MJ spot Johnny Storm sitting out front waiting for him. Peter gets worried about the superhero Human Torch being there, and Johnny reminds him that he went to school here. He tells him that he's bored and has no friends, and Peter reminds him that Peter Parker can't be seen with the Human Torch, especially if Spider-Man, who upon closer inspection someone may find he fits the exact physical build of, hangs out with the Human Torch as well. Especially because people already know that Spider-Man is some way involved with the school. Johnny laughs and says that no one is paying that much attention to him and asks what they're doing this weekend. MJ grunts that she has work and homework. Over and over. Same exact things. Johnny asks what's up with the baby dolls, and Peter tells him it's this whole mech thing. Johnny says that he's kind of bummed he missed out on it because it sounds fun. Then he asks if Liz is still around. MJ reminds him that he has issues with mutants, and Johnny reminds her that he is not a mutant. But MJ tells him that he may as well be. They hang out and talk as Peter desperately tries to get this show on the road when Johnny spots Kitty and Kong walking past and calls out to the ex-girl to come on over. Kitty recognizes Johnny, runs over excitedly because he's at least someone she knows that doesn't hate her or thinks she's a freak. She hugs him and he asks what the heck happened at Xavier's school. And Kitty tells him that she goes here now that she got booted. Then Johnny puts the puzzle pieces together about Peter and Kitty and MJ. And it takes him a bit longer than it should to finish that puzzle. But Kenny arrives over and Johnny tries to bring everyone together to hang out over the weekend. And Kong tells Kitty she has another visitor. And the fucking Iceman just cascades his way into the parking lot. And Kitty gets annoyed and Peter nearly blows a gasket. Bobby lands as Kitty demands that he leave, and Bobby reveals that he finally realized how wrong it was for how he treated her when they were together, and he broke up with her for Rogue, and that he wants to apologize. Kitty shouts that he was a jerko supreme, and this is really uncool. Bobby says that he tried to call her, but she didn't call him back, and Kitty asks what he thought that meant. Iceman says he'll go, but tells Kitty that everyone in Xavier's misses her. Then Bobby prepares to leave as Johnny spots Liz, turning and heading the other direction. He runs after her and finds her by the school doors and apologizes for freaking her out the last time they were together, and Liz starts suddenly feeling better? Johnny asks if she's alright, and as they sit down on the stairs and Liz tells him that she's fine, Johnny asks if she'd like to try again. No powers this time, and they could all go out as a group again. Liz is apprehensive, but then Johnny puts on that old storm charm and says that he'll beg her to do it. And she laughs and smiles and agrees. Meanwhile, Kitty and Iceman argue in the parking lot as some police begin to walk over. Peter and MJ remind Kenny that he has nothing to worry about because Kitty likes him. Kitty marches back to the group as Bobby asks if she'll still at least be friends. Kitty turns, tells Bobby that what he's really saying is that he's sorry and was a jerk. He's sorry that he disrespected Kitty and took advantage of her feelings, and that she is cuter than Rogue. Bobby agrees and says all of those things back to her, and Kitty thinks, then accepts his apology. Then Bobby hands her a note from Logan, and she reads it and starts to tear up and then tucks it away into her baby Bjorn. Johnny and Liz arrive, and Johnny proposes that they head to the beach tonight. MJ hugs Liz and is so excited that she's now feeling better. Kitty invites Kenny and grabs his hand, and Kenny lets out a huge smile and says, okay. So later that afternoon, on an unusually hot day, the gang heads to the Coney Island beach. Bobby tells Peter and Johnny that he had a dream about being trapped in Billy Madison last night, and Johnny, eager to discuss literally anything else, asks if they heard anything about Nick Fury, since he, was arrested in an alternate reality. Peter cuts him off and asks that they not talk about that stuff here, especially with the surrounding civilians in the group. And Bobby says that Fury was a bad guy, and it's good riddance that he's finally gone. Peter defends Fury, telling them that he's not a bad guy. He's just complicated. You gotta think, because there have been some questions raised in previous videos about why Peter looks up to Fury so much. He doesn't have a good male role model in his life ever since Uncle Ben passed away and was murdered. So Fury, he absorbs that role. He acts kindly to the kids, at least initially, and, he has a soft spot for Peter, and Peter, he does look up to him because who else is he really going to look up to in this universe? A drunk Iron Man, a hard-headed Captain America, hippie Thor. Like, come on. Nick Fury is like the most, I suppose, realistic aspiration you can kind of have. Because as far as Peter's aware, he's just a normal dude in super high stakes, which is what Peter feels like. Anyway, the girls call out to the boys and ask if they're coming into the water, because there are girls in here. And the guys all run out into the water. That night, as it cools down, the gang sit around the fire with some other people and a guy playing the guitar.
Yeah, we just might feel good. I wanna push you around. Well, I will.
Peter and MJ share a kiss, and Liz sits beside Johnny and begins to bring up the last time they sat around a bonfire, when she begins crying out in pain and fucking ignites into flames. She screams and accidentally launches herself into the night sky and away towards the Verrazano Narrows Bridge up the river. Peter yells for Johnny to head after her, and he soars away as Peter and Kitty try to figure out when the hell Liz Allen became a mutant. Out over the water, Johnny catches up with an ambling, confused Liz and tries to calm her down. She pushes him away, but accidentally unleashes a fireball and knocks Johnny into the drink. Bobby ice slides out and tries his best to help Liz relax and just lower herself onto the ice, but she freaks out and falls. Bobby catches her, and by the time they're back, Liz is deflamed and naked. Peter swaths a towel around her as she shakes in panic, and Johnny treads water, mumbling that he's fine, by the way. So he fires out into the ocean and back to land. Everybody freaks out trying to figure out what happened, and Liz yells that she's fine and is not a mutant. Kenny brings up when Liz told them that her uncle was a mutant, and she screams at Kenny to shut the fuck up, and her hands ignite, then return to normal. Johnny's phone begins going off, and he regrettably tells everybody he has to go and apologizes as he rises into the sky and flies away. Liz freaks out, and Peter tells her that Kitty is right. She is a mutant. Liz tells him to knock it off and that she doesn't want to live like this. Then she ignites and flies away. And Bobby chases after her. Kenny freaks out, turns to Peter, and tells him to go help her. And Peter plays dumb until Kenny tells him that it's normally all fine and dandy when he pretends that people don't know who he is, but their friend Liz Allen needs his help. Peter still tries to hide it, then Kenny looks at him and says that they all have had the same classes since the 2nd grade. She needs his help. And then he asks if he wants him to say something like, "Oh, you should tell Spider-Man to help her. Gee, I sure wish that Spider-Man were here to help his lifelong friend, Liz Allen." Peter gets the gist and runs off through the sand. MJ glares at Kitty, but Kenny tells her that she never said anything. He's not as dumb as he looks. Elsewhere over Manhattan, Liz tumbles through the sky, followed by Iceman, who tries to get her to just land somewhere before she seriously hurts herself. Then he tries to guide her on how to fly, and she gets the hang of it and asks him how she's supposed to stop. Bobby leads her through it, but Liz looks down and panics, so Bobby cools her off and catches her as Liz tells him to stop looking at her body. Bobby lands and conceals her in an ice tube as Spider-Man arrives. Liz freaks out, ignites, and blasts Spider-Man on accident. She yells out how sorry she is and that she didn't mean to do that, and Spidey slinks around the corner. She asks what he's doing here, and Spidey reminds her that he lives in New York City. Liz is in disbelief that both an X-Man and Spider-Man are here, and then Iceman introduces Spider-Man to Liz, a brand new mutant, and offers her to come to Xavier's school with him to get tested. Spidey suggests the Fantastic Four and Reed Richards if she's not a fan of Westchester. But Liz refuses. She doesn't know what to do. She can't go back to school. Her life is ruined. Spidey assures her that she'll be alright. Even he has a normal life outside of the costume. He tells her she can have the life she always had. She just needs to learn to do what she's able to do. Liz asks what the hell she's supposed to do with turning herself on fire, and Spidey tells her that she gets to decide that. She could be one of the good guys, she could practice and hone her powers and actually help people, or she could rob banks and burn people alive. And Liz is like, why the fuck would I do that? Iceman tells her it's pretty cool being a superhero, and Liz shouts that Johnny Storm turned her into a freak. They remind her that's not exactly how it works, although Bobby wonders if maybe that was her power, and if she had touched him, she would have had ice powers. Which I think is the gist, because she goes from being horribly sick, interacting with MJ, who has no powers, to then interacting with Johnny Storm, who has cosmic whatever powers, and suddenly she has his powers. So I'm pretty sure Bobby, for the first time in his life, is right about something. Spidey suggests that they find Reed Richards, but Liz refuses. He asks if they should find her mom instead, and Liz screams that her mom has nothing to do with any of this, and she doesn't even want to let her know that this has happened. Spidey reminds her that she'll have to tell her mom eventually, and Liz has a panic attack. Bobby jokes that they could get some marshmallows, so Spidey smacks him upside the head as Liz tells them both to just shut up. She does not want to be a hero, she doesn't care about saving people or stopping crimes. Spidey tells her that he was the same before he got his powers, and she asks if he really does go to her school. Spidey tells her that he does, and he's actually seen her around. She asks why on earth he's still in school if he's Spider-Man, because she is done with high school. She's done with everything if she can do this, and she soars into the sky. Well, that was a weird conversation. I totally saw her naked. The two set out after Liz, and Spidey catches up as Liz gets better at the whole flying on fire thing. She asks if he really knows who she is as Spidey lands on a building, and she hovers there. She tells him that she won't out him or anything, and Spidey asks if they can just drop this whole aspect of the conversation. She jokes that she could just singe his mask off and find out, and Spidey tells her to stop deflecting because they need to figure out her issues. Iceman catches up and shouts for them to look out, because Magneto has suddenly arrived. He tells Liz Allen that it is long past time for her to discover who she truly is, and where she comes from. And Iceman forms a barrier and tells the two to run. Spidey tells Liz to follow him as they flee, and Magneto destroys the ice wall, and Bobby falls through the sky. Spidey webs his face, and Magneto's helmet dissipates and reforms itself. He asks Liz if she isn't all that curious who her father is, and why she is a mutant. Iceman slides back in and tells Liz to run as Magneto deconstructs an AC unit and slams Bobby into a wall. Then he rips out a fire escape railing and holds Spider-Man in place. And he introduces himself to Liz Allen, and she asks if he's her father. He chuckles and says no, he's not, but he does know her father, and he's waiting for her, back at the Savage Land or whatever, and he'll take her there. She asks how the heck he found her, and Magneto reveals that deep in the Savage Land, he has his own version of Cerebro, apparently. Liz bites her fiery nails and flies away. Magneto sighs and heads after her. Liz flies through the night back to Forest Hills and tries to find her street from an aerial view. She eventually does, has a less than great landing, and calls for her mom. Liz's mom runs out and finds her daughter naked on the front lawn, panicking, and freaks the fuck out. Liz yells at her mom to stay away from her as her mom drapes her in a robe, and she breaks down and reveals that she's a mutant and asks who her dad is. And her mother looks up as Magneto arrives. Mrs. Allen tells Liz that he is the one who kept her from her father. She doesn't even know where he is and hasn't seen him since Liz was born. Liz asks why she's lied to her, and her mother tells her that her father made his decisions. Then she reveals that Liz's uncle, Frank, is actually her father, which is why she only ever saw him every few years growing up. Liz asks if her dad is a terrorist like Magneto, and he informs her that they're only attacking humans who try to suppress mutants. Miss Allen demands that Magneto leave as he begins his spiel about Homo Superior, and that Liz needs to choose a side. He tells her that she doesn't have the luxury to think about it. It needs to be done. Right now. Then the X-Men and Spider-Man arrive. Cyclops orders Magneto to step away, but he assures them that Liz is simply making a decision, and that they wouldn't dare fight in this quiet little neighborhood with so many innocent lives. Liz asks if her dad has ever killed anyone, and Logan immediately tells her yes. But she turns to Magneto and demands an answer. He simply asks to take her to her father. She asks how many people he's killed. Magneto informs her that he is fighting a war. And her mother cries that she wanted her to just have a happy, normal life. And Liz ignites and screams to tell her father that he had his chance, that they all can go to hell. Magneto floats into the sky and tells the X-Men that she'll come around eventually because he is mutant kind's salvation, and one day they will all thank him. Then he flies away and disappears into the night clouds as the X-Men wonder where Liz could have flown off to. And Spider-Man thinks it over. Not long after, in the Watsons' backyard, Liz lands and MJ runs out in her robe and wraps it around her friend. Liz tells MJ that she is definitely not okay, and that she just needs to sit down and relax for a little bit. Then she reveals to MJ everything she learned about her mutant terrorist working for Magneto of a father, and how the X-Men were on her front yard. Spider-Man then lands and tells Mary Jane that this is a pretty big deal, and that they need to trust Liz, because they need to help her. Then he removes his mask, and Liz is in utter shock. Possibly the biggest shock of the whole night because she's unable to form a full sentence. Peter tells her that he took his mask off to show her that he knows a little something about what she's going through, and that he can help, and that he wants to help. Liz is still in shock when Peter tells her that he knows exactly how scary all of this must be. And they both tell Liz that she can't tell anyone about this. And she promises she won't. Then she asks Peter and MJ what she's supposed to do now. And Bobby Drake arrives from the X-Jet and invites her to join them at Xavier's. He tells her that she doesn't need to be an X-Man right from the get-go. She can actually just come here for a safe place and learn how to control her powers without crazy people like Magneto. And if she doesn't want to stay, she doesn't have to. Peter tells her that if there's anyone who can help her, it's the X-Men. Liz tells them that she's definitely not going back home, not after this and her mom, and notes that she needs some clothes. Bobby assures her that they'll get a uniform for her that won't burn off. MJ and Liz hug for one last time, and Mary jokes that she's the only one at the school without any powers left. Liz promises to call her when she can so they can still talk, and then she turns to Peter and tells him that he's an amazing person and an amazing friend. Then she and Bobby head up to the X-Jet, and Peter and MJ watch as it takes off into the night sky. And MJ tells him to go home and wash his costume for God's sake. And many years ago, deep in the Savage Land, Magneto speaks to the Blob regarding something he learned on his previous supply run, that he has a newborn daughter. Blob asks if they can come to the Savage Land, but Magneto refuses and tells Franklin Dukes that if his daughter is a mutant, he will grant her the opportunity. That's right. famed cannibal, the Blob, is Liz's dad. A few weeks later, the home ec class presents the results of their baby projects to the class. Peter and Kitty are called up, and Kitty silently instructs Peter to go ahead. So Peter grabs a blue sack and reveals their baby is a burnt husk. Kitty cries out that he killed their baby, and the teacher jokes that their journal for the project should be very interesting to read. Then Kitty informs her that Peter destroyed that too. The teacher demands an oral recounting of how this all happened. Flashback time. One day ago, Peter and MJ were in the halls when Peter surprises her with an ice cream clown. He asks if she's heard anything from Liz, but she reveals that it's been radio silent for a little while. She tells him how weird school is without her when Kitty rocks up and asks if it's true that Liz is joining the X-Men because she just heard last night from Bobby that she is now living there. She asks if that's what happened that night and is in disbelief that they kick her out but let Liz in, especially since she was mutant phobic. She thrusts their baby onto Peter because she needs some time to herself or else she's tossing that fucking thing in the dumpster and storms off. And MJ says it's always hardest on the children. Later after school, Peter goes to his job at the Daily Bugle. Then Peter's spidey sense goes off and he tries to figure out what's going on as the janitor heads into Jonah's office. Peter gets up, walks around, trying to deduce the origin of the spidey sense as Jonah goes into his office, where he finds Omega Red. Because Omega Red is angry at how disrespectful the article that the Daily Bugle wrote about him at the Roxxon ship attack was. Omega Red snags Jonah in his tendril and tells Jonah that he's lost good paying mercenary work because of that article. Then he tosses JJ across the room and explains that he's noticed the Bugle running stories on Roxxon, and if he kills Jonah, he could get in their good graces. Omega Red rips Jonah up. Jonah asks who he even is. Then Spider-Man crashes through the window and everyone in the bullpen look towards the office. When Spider-Man is rocketed through the door, followed by Omega Red smashing down the wall, he marches into the bullpen looking for Spidey as he hides beneath a desk and then webs a television into a Red's head. Then he kicks Omega Red across the building as Jonah brings out his camera for a Daily Bugle exclusive. Omega Red throws a vending machine and Jonah groans how much that'll cost to fix. Then the villain and hero fight through the floor as Jonah snaps pics. Until, in utter ruin, Spider-Man stands over Omega Red. Jonah runs up taking more photos and asks who exactly he's supposed to bill for this. Then Spider-Man turns and looks back to his desk and spots his baby in a smoldering ruin. And in the present, Peter provides proof from the paper covering it, as well as his employee ID, and the teacher thinks it over and gives them a B-. Kitty celebrates and Peter laments his GPA because of the minus. The end. Released in 2008, written by Brian Michael Bendis, with art by Stuart Immonen, this is Ultimate Spider-Man: War of the Symbiotes. The story begins in media res as Spider-Man hangs dangling by a chain, unmasked, and the Shocker encircles him in disbelief that this whole time Spider-Man has just been some teenager. He grabs Spidey and demands to know what his name is. Then he presses his shock blaster against Peter's chest and pulls the trigger and demands to tell him a joke. Make fun of how stupid the Shocker is, like he always does. And Peter screams in pain. Flashback time. 2 hours prior, Peter was helping Mary Jane work on her school news report, but Pete just can't help but laugh with excitement. He tells her he just can't believe how good she is at the whole reporter thing, and it's really throwing him off. She tells him to focus because she never laughed when Rhino ripped the butt of his suit open and they showed it on the news. They go again, and when tires squeal and something explodes, the Shocker robs a bank and launches an armored car over the street. Peter tells MJ to record this, and he sighs over having to deal with Herman again. Shocker is kicked in the face by Spider-Man, and the crowd cheers him on as MJ records. Spidey webs up Shocker's hands and tells him to take a good long look at himself in the mirror, because he needs to realize he's a bad villain. Then Shocker launches Spidey from a blast of his belt, and he frees his hands and drives Spider-Man into the pavement. He loads Spider-Man into his getaway van, and then speeds away, leaving MJ standing alone in a ruined street in Queens. And back in the present, Shocker continues to torture Spider-Man. He assures Spidey that he will kill him, and no one will ever find his body. And then he asks Spider-Man if he thinks that's funny too. Earlier, back at the scene of the crime, the police have cordoned off the street, and MJ runs away in shock as she calls Kitty to meet up with her. Kitty arrives, and they watch the recording as MJ panics because she doesn't want to show the police, lest they figure out who Spider-Man is. Kitty suggests contacting Johnny Storm because the FF might have a database or something they can use, and Kitty tries to call him, but no one picks up. So Kitty tells her that they have nothing else to do but go to the cops. And later, at the 103rd Precinct, the successor to the deceased Jean DeWolf, Captain Frank Quaid, speaks to an officer in the lobby before he heads into the locker room to catch a break. And then Kitty phases through the wall, and he draws his gun on her. She calms him down by explaining who she is and that her friend Logan, James Howlett, sent her to meet with Quaid because he said Frank could help the kids. She explains that she's here about Shocker and Spider-Man and that she has footage of the event, but Spider-Man has to keep his mask on. Kitty hands him the memory card and asks if Frank can help him. Frank says he'll do what he can, and Kitty tells him that when they do figure out where Spider-Man is, to let her go in and take care of Shocker for them. Frank says there's no way he's letting her do that, but Kitty phases through him to show that she can't be physically hurt, and then she starts to tear up and tells him that Spider-Man is a hero and he deserves all the help he can get. Back at the warehouse, Shocker explains that Spider-Man owes him hundreds of thousands of dollars for everything he's putting him through, not including the legal bills. Spider-Man screams and asks what the hell Shocker really thinks is gonna happen here. And Shocker holds his blaster up and tells the young man that he expects to get what he deserves. Then he asks if Spider-Man realizes that he invented these blasters. Peter shouts that he should do something worthwhile with them instead of this. Shocker slams him across the head with the gun and tells Spider-Man to shut the hell up about helping people because no one ever helped Herman. Peter tells him that he actually feels sorry for the Shocker because all this time he thought he was just some dopey villain, and he never realized that he was in actual pain like this. And then Shocker blasts him endlessly and screams that Spider-Man has no idea what he's talking about. Peter groans and tells Herman that he's going to get caught because people saw him, and asks if he wants to get caught, if that's what this all is. Shocker gets right in his face and asks if he would have attended MIT, worked at Roxxon for years, and gave them everything because he wants to be sent to jail. Peter asks about Roxxon, and Shocker tells him that he invented his blasters there, among with many other things, mostly weapons.
Why? Roxxon is a pharmaceutical company. Why were you making weapons?
You wouldn't understand, because in the real world, rich people screw over everyone. Not in a cliché villain way, in a cruel and inhuman way. They take those who are creative or imaginative, who have a vision for the future, and they steal from them, and they destroy them. Why? Maybe because they hate those of us who are creative. They need us, and they hate that. They hate us because they know they will never be like us. No matter how much money, how many babes, how many houses, how many boats, they will never have that feeling. The rush of making something from nothing.
But what are they doing? Why?
Kid, they rule the world. Corporations rule the world. Faceless, power-wielding corporations. And Roxxon is one of them. So there, they took mine, and I'm taking it back. But you're always standing between me and what I have earned. And now, I'm going to do this. Spider-Man writhes in pain and propels himself at the Shocker, knocking his blaster out of hand, and it shoots upward into a beam and crashes Peter to the floor. Shocker lunges for the gun when dozens of flashlights rain in from the windows, and Peter slams Shocker away and prepares to bash his face in when Kitty stops him. She runs over and he pants like a rabid dog and tells her he wasn't. She asks if he's sure. She helps him get his mask on as Kitty reveals that the investigative reporter Mary Jane Watson helped she and the police find him. Then Captain Frank Quaid and the NYPD storm the building, Kitty escorts Peter past them, and Frank Quaid tells the cops to stand down because they got the bad guy.
The Shocker then lies unconscious as the police take control of the dockside warehouse. A few weeks later, in Central Park, Eddie Brock sits on a bench and speaks to an elderly woman about the hardships he's gone through in life. How he used to be a talented, promising college student at Empire State. He tells her about his father, about the symbiote cure for cancer, about Spider-Man, and who he really is. Eddie wonders if he's actually dead, and everything that he's currently experiencing and has been over the past few years has just been some sort of weird death dream after he was horribly electrocuted while fighting Peter in Queens, and wonders if he's actually in hell. He harkens back to the horrible pain of dematerializing in electricity and rain, how everything went black, and then he woke up. Then it woke up, and he was in a park watching a woman, and it was hungry, and it took her. He tells this story to the nurse that sat down beside him, how his whole life feels like a dream, that he goes in and out of delirium constantly, like there are two minds operating independently, controlling his body, and it's constantly hungry. Eddie recounts when he came out of this delirium, the control of the other, and stumbled his way into the battle between Spider-Man and the Rhino about a year ago, and how he felt something new. The goop suit longed for Peter. It desired to absorb him back into itself, and as Eddie fought the transformation, Spider-Man swung away, and he passed out. And that night, Eddie woke up and stumbled through the destroyed cordon-off section of city, and Silver Sable and her wild pack hunted him, and eventually cornered him. They unloaded their specialized rifles on the Venom symbiote as it attacked, and just before Venom killed them, he's blasted in the back by Silver Sable. Venom springs up and lunges at her, and she unloads her energy gun on the creature, and it tackles her to the ground, launching her down the street and into a cab. She lifts herself up and watches as the wild pack open fire, and Venom escapes. Back in the present, Eddie tells this all to two young women. He continues his Forrest Gumpian tale that after he escaped, he crashed in an alley and fell asleep in a pile of boxes and trash. The old man he's seated next to listens intently, as Eddie tells him he's not sure how much time has passed, but the next thing he remembers isn't a blur. Instead, it was him arriving at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and that familiar Venom sense overtaking him. A mind coalescing over his own, and he watched a convoy of school buses arrive, and saw Peter Parker and Mary Jane emerge from a field trip. The student body all head inside, and a little later, Peter dries his hands in the bathroom and gets a horrible feeling, and Venom smashes through one of the windows. Peter hears the ruckus outside and quickly changes into his costume. Spidey rockets out into the museum and is shocked that he finds Venom. Venom roars at him and lunges after the hero. Spidey dodges Venom's lumbering attacks as they fight out of the museum and into the street, and Venom is blasted once again by Sable and the Wild Pack. The creature screeches in pain over Spider-Man as they continue their barrage. The symbiote dissipates entirely from Eddie, and he falls unconscious as Sable orders her team to load him up and haul him out. He thanks Spider-Man for the help and suggests that he should go see a doctor, then they speed off. And in the present, the man that Eddie speaks to on the bench recognizes him from the news about the museum monster. And then Venom overtakes him and the man screams as he is consumed. Spider-Man swings through the sky, leaving work at the Daily Bugle when he spots something whiz between the buildings, leaving a trail of strange light. Peter hoofs it and discovers the ultimate beetle. He calls out to the figure with all sorts of quips and jabs as he tries to keep up, but the beetle simply looks, then blasts their wrist cannons at Spidey. He dodges, but the projectiles track him down as he panickedly escapes the orbs. Finally, he's able to divert them and webs them against a wall and manages to catch up to Beetle and leap upon his back. Beetle flips around and swings Spidey off and tries to blast him once again. Spidey webs himself onto the flying fiend, and Beetle protrudes a blade from their gauntlet and cuts the webbing. Beetle soars through NYC, taking turns over buildings, and finally manages to lose Spider-Man before heading into the Roxxon headquarters. Spidey sits beside a nearby skyscraper and watches as Beetle vibrates through the wall. And in one of the massive Roxxon lab floors, Beetle walks through, spied on by Spider-Man. Oh, that's why they call him that! Beetle accesses a locked door terminal, cracks it open, and enters a secure lab room containing a plethora of vials. An unwitting security guard just happens to be making his rounds and comes across the insectoid interloper, but before Beetle can off him, Spider-Man bashes through the window and takes the villain's attention away. Spidey dodges and maneuvers as Beetle blasts him. Spider-Man fires a web and catches Beetle's hands, causing them to drop a vial of black goop. As the security guard radios this in, Spider-Man faces off against the terrible Beetle and slams his fists into the foe's face, but an energy shield captures his arm and Beetle rockets out of the building. Spidey lies on the ground in pain as the pepper spray shield dissipates around him and discovers what was in the vial. Then the security rush in and he swings out into the night. The following day at the Daily Bugle, Peter uses the company telephone to talk to his girlfriend as he tries to do some research on the Beetle. He notes that every time he Googles Roxxon, Latveria tends to show up. Then someone calls out that he's getting a call and he switches it over, and Nick Fury orders him to meet on the roof. Peter finds Nick up top with a chopper and demands to know what the hell this is all about. Fury asks him if the Beetle guy said anything to Peter last night when he was kicking Spider-Man's ass. Peter notes that it was a draw, and no, he did not say anything, although it was pretty creepy. Fury reveals to his little protege project that he doesn't know exactly what the situation is, only that it involves Latveria, meaning that Peter needs to stay the hell out of it because this could be an international incident. Peter reluctantly agrees and walks back to the stairwell. Then the SHIELD pilot asks Fury if he really believes that Spider-Man will behave, and Fury smirks and tells him there's not a chance. That was the whole purpose of this conversation, because Fury knows that Peter's not going to listen to his orders, but he especially won't listen to him if Fury orders him directly not to do something. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock wakes up in a special cell designed just for him, and he comes face to face with Adrian Toomes and Bolivar Trask. Eddie sits up in a panic, and Trask introduces himself and apologizes for the condition that he's in. Toomes introduces himself and explains that he once worked with Eddie's father and Dr. Parker. Then Trask cuts him off and informs Eddie that they have gone through great lengths to find him and get him here to help him. He tells Eddie Brock that they can help him remove the parasitic suit that has attached itself to him and get his life back on track. Eddie asks why, and Trask puts it bluntly. It's worth billions of dollars. Eddie tells him it's his father's goop suit, not his. And Trask shuts him down that his company are technically the owners because Brock and Parker worked for him when it was made. Toomes explains that the parasitic goop suit will eventually kill Eddie because it needs to feed, and without anything or anyone, it will turn in on the host, meaning that they can either remove it for him or just leave him in a cell until they just have to pick it off of a skeleton. But Eddie turns into Venom and attacks, and is quickly repelled by electrified walls. Trask whispers that they're lucky it actually worked, and Eddie, drooling, asks what they need to do first to get the suit off of him. A few days later at the Parker residence, MJ and Peter discuss the strange and dark reality that is Eddie Brock coming back. Not just coming back, but somehow having survived the explosion that seemingly destroyed him entirely. Peter tells MJ that he feels guilty because she could have really gotten hurt back there, and MJ jokes that it'll make a great book one day. Peter retorts that she can only write a book about this when he's dead, noting that if anyone should write a book, it should be him. MJ argues that she's a better writer of the two, and Peter whispers that his will sell better. Then they both laugh, and then things return to a more serious side as Peter conducts his research. He pricks his finger and draws a blood sample, inspects it, and finds things in his blood. Then Peter's computer starts going off because he set a Google alert up for anything regarding Eddie Brock and Venom, and he suits up. Flashback in a flashback time, 30 minutes prior to Peter and MJ in the basement at Trask Labs in Midtown Manhattan. Eddie and the Venom symbiote are submerged in a containment unit as everyone sits around watching patiently for the extraction to begin. Then the Beetle crashes through the building, Wildpack opens fire, and the insect soars around the room and makes a beeline for Venom, dispersing knockout gas. Everyone goes under as Beetle hovers over the tank. Then they begin operating with their high-tech gauntlet and shut down the stasis field. Venom watches and demands to know who this is before it. Then a vial is dispersed from Beetle's gauntlet, and Venom shoots a tendril around their neck. Beetle slices it off and stores it away and soars off. Venom roars in anger as it works to break free of its bounds, and once it does, it eats an unconscious lab tech and smashes out of the building and into the city. Not long after, Venom lands atop the Beetle and the two crash down in New York. A horse cop arrives and opens fire, and Venom just eats the fucking horse. Venom grows larger and roars. Then Spider-Man arrives, kicking Venom down the street into a cab. The creature roars and leaps at him. Spidey webs its face and thwacks him away when he succumbs to a spider migraine and crashes to the ground. They both lie in aching pain as the symbiote leaves Eddie's body and begins slithering for Peter. And it
takes him as Eddie calls to it, pleading with it to come back. And Beetle just kind of watches. And Peter is once again encased by the symbiote. The symbiote then attacks Beetle, launches them away. As Peter tries to control it, Eddie cries for the goop suit, and the Wild Pack then arrive and begin a strafing run. Peter's shot by energy weapons and succumbs to the attacks. Sable races after, and Spider-Man rockets back out and into the chopper and crashes it to the ground. As the Ultimates arrive alongside Shield and Fury. Iron Man blasts the Venom symbiote as it grows larger and larger. Cap launches his shield, but Venom catches it. Then it throws Cap away as Fury calls in Thor to strike down amongst this devil. Meanwhile, Eddie continues to shout and cry out and screams that this is what Parker deserves, as Fury orders Thor to finally hit it with some good god stuff. Thor launches himself into the sky as a torrential downpour begins, and Venom is hit with a titanic bolt of lightning. It grows into a bulbous, bubbling monstrosity, roaring out in pain and anger. Then Peter wakes up in his bedroom at 11:44 a.m., and Aunt May stands in his doorway, pausing her Saturday cleaning regimen, and asks when the hell he went to bed if he's just now waking up. She tells him that she can't have him running around at all hours. He needs to get back home on time because she fell asleep in the living room and woke up to see a giant monster attacking New York last night. Peter apologizes, and Aunt May asks that he go and make something of his day. So Peter heads downstairs into the basement, trying to piece together what happened, and discovers that his suit is missing, and that he has an email from One-Eyed Eagle at ultimates.gov telling him to head over. Peter pulls out his spare costume and swings out of Queens and hitches some boat rides out to the Triskelion. Waiting at one of the docks, he finds Nick Fury and Iron Man. Tony immediately begins asking him questions as Peter asks, "What happened?" Fury informs him that he got into a jam and Fury got him out, like usual. Iron Man assures him that the goo got ripped off of him pretty good by Thor, and they did a bioscan, and he's normal as he was. Peter asks if they drugged Aunt May when they took him home, and Fury tells him it wasn't that much. Then Peter asks what happened to Eddie Brock, the guy who had the goop suit, you know? Fury tells him that they lost the kid in the crowd, but they do have the Venom symbiote in their containment. Peter pleads with them to please destroy the fucking thing. Fury says no can do, because there's something to it. Peter's father and Brock were onto something. It's a bioweapon that needs to be poked and prodded and studied and tested, of course. Because this is Fury's MO, is to just hold on to all of these horrible things in case he can use them. Peter screams that his dad was trying to cure cancer, not make a weapon. Fury reminds him that countries are fighting for this goddamn thing. Huge corporations are hiring mercenaries for it. And as far as he's concerned, Richard Parker may have started a new world war. Okay, so this issue volume is just very annoying for me to try and place in the timeline when these events are taking place. Because like I said, most of it is it's just flashback upon flashback. It's just the past is happening. So now we jump ahead, but not all the way to the present, from when Peter was kidnapped by the Shocker and, fought Magneto, helped Liz Allen come out as a mutant and all that. So this is 2 months or so before that. At Rikers Island, Kirk Connors is met by the warden during lunch and informed that he is being transferred to the Triskelion. A month after that, Gwen Stacy's clone sits in the S.H.I.E.L.D. interrogation cell at the Triskelion. She's asked basic questions. They ask her things about the real Gwen Stacy's life, up to the point that she died anyway. This version still thinks that she's 16, she knows her dad's dead, and her mother abandoned her, etc. They ask if she knows what's wrong with her, and she says no, she doesn't. But she imagines it has something to do with the blob monster that killed her. And in the control room, Tony stands with Kirk Connors and administers more questions to Gwen. Connors is in utter disbelief that the creature that he created has effectively become Gwen Stacy. Kurt asks if he can see it in person, and Tony pleasantly asks Gwen if she can turn herself into the monster for them. She's apprehensive, but says she can try. Then a massive explosion rocks the entire facility, and the power goes out as the Green Goblin leads a prison break through the Triskelion. And we all know how that turned out. And a stunned Gwen Stacy somberly walks down the hall as Green Goblin watches her go past. Gwen eventually finds her way to the surface and witnesses the S.H.I.E.L.D. choppers tracking Goblin and their subsequent destruction, and about half an hour later,
Gwen Stacy emerges from the bay at a pier.
And now we're almost caught back up to the present.
At Midtown High, Peter and MJ sit out on the grass when a dirty and disheveled Eddie Brock appears before them. Peter demands to know why he's here, and Eddie steps up, and Eddie steps up and tells him that he needs the goop suit back. He threatens to go to the press with the secret identity of Spider-Man if Peter doesn't help him get the symbiote back. Peter points out that it has been quite a while since S.H.I.E.L.D. confiscated the thing, and Eddie has finally been freed of it. Peter suggests that he just get over the whole ordeal and move on with his life and go back to being a normal person who doesn't hang around high school parking lots. But Eddie tells him that he better get it back, or else. And then he walks away. What the fuck is he gonna do? He's just a dude. That afternoon, as a hard rain hits the city of New York, Spider-Man swings through the streets wondering what the hell he's gonna do. He's already tried the Fantastic Four, but they weren't at the Baxter Building. He can't go to S.H.I.E.L.D. because Fury's still gone, and Peter doesn't trust or want to deal with Danvers, so he decides on the Ultimates. As he swings towards Fifth Avenue for Stark Mansion, he arrives right as the Quinjet lifts off from their built-in hangar and flies away. So instead he goes to the Daily Bugle, sopping wet, trying to figure out what the hell to do. It's all just too much for him. First there's Roxxon and their shady doings and going-ons. Now he's dealing with Trask and their shady doings and goings-ons. And on top of that, there are supervillains and mercenary teams that just seem to come out of the woodwork. Eddie Brock is back from the dead again, and it's all too much for this 17-year-old high school student. Peter eventually finds an article from Trask Industries regarding the symbiote effect, as Richard Parker has coined, and Robbie asks if Peter's going to be working tonight. Peter tells him no, he just had to check on something, and Robbie tells him to stay safe in this bad weather when he heads out into the city. Peter continues searching through the databases that the Daily Bugle has access to, finding not much. So he heads out as Ben Urich watches. And then he walks over to the computer and wonders what the hell Peter's looking into. About an hour later, Peter swings into Forest Hills as rain continues to pound the area. He climbs into his bedroom when his spider sense goes off, and a ragged, half-forming voice tells Peter she's sorry. She tried so hard not to come back and ruin their lives, but she's having so much trouble and she doesn't know what to do. Peter slowly steps towards Gwen, shocked to see that she's not dead again. Gwen apologizes again for coming here and ruining everything, but she needs help. She weakly turns her head to Peter, and her face shifts from carnage to Gwen, and her voice once again returns to normal. She tells him what happened at the Triskele and how S.H.I.E.L.D. experimented on her, questioned her, the explosion and her escape, how she tried and fought herself to stay away, but it was just all so overbearing and she couldn't control herself anymore, and she thought that Peter could help. Then someone rings the doorbell.
Who is it?
It's Eddie Brock, ma'am. I'm a friend of Peter's.
Peter isn't here.
Actually, I think he is. Can I come in?
You're
Eddie Brock
Eddie
Jr.
Brock Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any special powers or something, Eddie?
What? No, ma'am. I don't.
Do you have a gun?
What? No, ma'am, I don't.
Then you should leave right now and never come back.
May holds Eddie at gunpoint and orders him off of her porch. Then Eddie whips his hand up and steals the gun and is immediately webbed by Peter. Spider-Man swings onto the scene and launches Eddie through their porch. Then he grabs him by the collar and leaps away. And May's heart beats too quickly. She gasps for breath, falling against the stairs when two men arrive at her door. Elsewhere in the industrial part of Queens, Peter slams Eddie down to the ground in a mass of webbing when Gwen arrives behind them. Eddie screams that Peter got everything, and he has nothing. Peter screams back that Eddie is sick and needs help. Gwen slowly steps up behind him, and Peter's spider sense goes off, and she shifts into Carnage! Eddie reaches his hand out, and the remnants of the symbiotic goop in his body beckon to the Carnage symbiote. Carnage tendrils itself out, and Eddie celebrates that all he needed was more goop! He siphons the Carnage symbiote into himself, and grows larger and larger. Peter tries to separate them, but he's smacked away. The symbiotes battle through the facility until Venom totally ensnares Carnage, absorbing its essence into itself and leaving a stranded Gwen Stacy stuck inside. She then falls out of the Venom behemoth, and it roars wildly into the starry night. Peter swings in and tackles Venom into a dry dock as Gwen runs to watch. Then Iron Man and a battalion of Hulkbusters arrive, and Venom tells Peter that there's no need to fight.
right. Because he has what he wants, and now he'll leave him alone.
And Venom fuses itself between drains of a grate and disappears. Several tiring hours later at the Triskelion, Gwen sits in the interrogation cell with a water and a candy bar. Tony Stark explains to May and Peter that on every imaginable level, she is Gwen Stacy, the girl that died on that fateful night. Tony explains that the symbiote somehow absorbed her very essence and her DNA and genetic code, sequence, cells, everything. Then the symbiote just totally abandoned this newly formed body and has left it totally clean. She's a normal teenage girl now. An exact molecular copy. Sort of Theseus's ship question to everybody else by asking, who are they to say that she's not really Gwen Stacy if literally everything about her is Gwen Stacy? Peter excitedly hugs Tony, and Tony notes that Gwen is healthier than he is. Then the fun police arrive. Director Danvers informs them that Gwen is staying right here in the Triskelion. Tony stands up for Peter and tells Carol that he can handle this and reminds her of how much Spider-Man has done for S.H.I.E.L.D., the country, and its people. Peter tells her that Gwen deserves the life that she lost. Danvers begins that she knows far too much when Tony marches over, sternly tells Danvers that the kid and his family have had a very rough time. The Parkers will keep an eye on her, and anything happens, they'll contact S.H.I.E.L.D., but Gwen Stacy is going home with them. Carol reluctantly agrees, and Peter asks what they're going to do about Eddie Brock and the Roxxon and Trask situations. Danvers informs him that people are looking into it. Top people. Tony notes that someone like Brock won't bother them again, especially not after he got what he wants. And if he has any brain in that goop, he'll leave the country. And in the cell, Gwen asks if anyone is still there. And finally, in the present, a bit past when Peter was kidnapped by the Shocker, and, just after the Amazing Friends and the whole mech baby burning. Stuff like that, Eddie sits in the bench at Central Park on yet another bright, sunny autumn day. A middle-aged man saunters up and takes a seat, noting how beautiful this November weather is, lamenting the impending winter. The man asks if he's okay, and Eddie begins his whole psychotic spiel, just as he did for his previous victims. And the Venom symbiote cascades out of his body and prepares to devour the man when the man activates a gauntlet beneath his sleeve and absorbs the symbiote completely. Then he activates his armor and flies back to Latveria, radioing in that the package is finally secured. The end. Released in 2009, written by Brian Michael Bendis with art by Stuart Immonen and David LaFuente, this is Ultimate Spider-Man: Ultimatum. The book actually begins a few months in the past, before Midtown High is let out for their winter break, I suppose, because as has been previously established, Ultimates 3, which leads into Ultimatum, those both happen in late December. Ultimatum seemingly happens in the week between Christmas and New Year's. And how do I know this is happening before? Because they still have those whole mech babies. And they finished that project like 2 volumes ago. Peter and Mary Jane Watson lie in her bed as they share their love for one another. Mary brings up everything they've been through these past few years and how much she loves him, and wonders if they should, The next day at Midtown High, MJ and Peter are quite awkward around each other, and Kitty takes note and walks over to Peter with Kenny Kong McFarlane. She asks what that was all about, and Peter immediately tells her it was nothing. It was nothing. Nothing happened. Kitty asks if they broke up again, and Kenny wonders if everything's actually okay. But Peter assures them that they did not break up, and Kitty tells the boys that this is all rattling her faith in the concept of love. Peter pleads for Statler and Waldorf over here to stop talking and explains that he and MJ are fine. Everything is fine. Then his face flushes with embarrassment and he marches off. Later that afternoon, Spider-Man swings over the Queensboro Bridge and into NYC proper. And yeah, this is what La Fuente's Spider-Man looks like. I'm not personally a fan, and I don't think many people are. People definitely weren't when this book was getting released. And there is a reason that fans took to calling this era of Ultimate Spider-Man Basketball Head. Peter laments what happened when he hears the wee-woos of NYPD down below. He swings down and comes across a high-speed pursuit. Spidey lands atop the getaway car and discovers it's totally empty, aside from a lot of cash. So he smashes his way inside and takes the wheel. Or at least tries to. Then he notices a small device attached to the ignition and rips it out, and the car blasts off to 100 miles per hour. Somehow. in the middle of Manhattan. As the car rockets forward, Spidey climbs out and creates massive webbing across the street, but it doesn't hold, so he tries something else, which kinda works. He's launched up and away from the flying car and is narrowly able to catch it in a massive web. Then he walks over to the police, and the car explodes. The next day at the Midtown High journalism room, Jessica Jones goes over the robbery at the Union Bank in Brooklyn last night and Spider-Man's involvement with the car chase. One of the students asks why they, the closed-circuit school news group, are talking about this, and Jessica points out that it is technically school news because Spider-Man goes to their school. Then she proposes they work on figuring out who he is. Because just imagine their college transcripts if they deduce who Spider-Man is. And MJ quietly listens. Later at lunch, Peter sits at their usual table when MJ walks over and takes a seat as Kitty and Kong watch. She sits down and Peter thanks Her Highness for joining him. She tells him to shut up, and he asks what's wrong. Then MJ reveals Jessica's plan to get the entire news department to work on figuring out Spider-Man's identity, and MJ is freaking out because Jessica looked right at her when she said it. And Peter asks why MJ hasn't been talking to him. She tells him to move past that now, but Peter says no way, this is not something he wants to brush away. They need to work on whatever issues are going on. She asks what went on with the car chase, and Peter recounts to her the night. Some officers thank the Spider-Man for the help as passers-by grabbed the raining money. Then Captain Frank Quaid rocks up and officially introduces himself to Spider-Man. He's the cop that saved him from the Shocker, along with the help of Kitty Pryde not too long ago. Which means that issue of Ultimate Spider-Man, which Peter gets kidnapped by the Shocker and saved, which in release order comes out right before War of the Symbiotes, is actually set before Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, that volume of story arcs. But this annual by LaFuente and Bendis is set between the Shocker issue and His Amazing Friends volume. Why has this timeline become so muddied? Anyway, Spidey and Quaid talk, and he asks if Spider-Man has a couple of minutes to spare, so they head to the precinct where a woman dressed like Spider-Woman from 616 Marvel shouts, "Embrace change!" Quaid speaks to Spidey in his office, along with an employee named Maggie. She's their tech support or something. Quaid tells Spider-Man that they have the security footage from the first Union Bank at 5:45 p.m., The officers arrive only 4 minutes later, and the getaway car takes off. The scene is cleared, but the actual robbery somehow happened after the getaway vehicle drove off. And Quaid reveals that this is the fourth time that this has happened at the hands of Mysterio. And he's asking for Spider-Man's help because the entire NYPD is at a total loss, and he doesn't want to lose his job because they might replace him with someone else because he can't bring in Mysterio. Back in the present, Peter finishes recounting his experiences to MJ, and she wonders if it was some kind of inside job, and Mysterio had help with the surveillance. And she gets up and marches away, assuring Peter that she'll help him solve this. And Peter calls out after her that he doesn't want her help to solve this, he wants her to talk to him about their problems. And later that night in Greenwich Village, a van arrives at a warehouse where Maggie from the NYPD, that's right, this all new character that was just introduced, is the bad guy. She meets with Mysterio in the warehouse, and he is enraged by Spider-Man's interference. She hands over the case, and Mysterio notes that they need to lie low for a while. Then Spider-Man smashes through a skylight, and Mysterio informs him he's breaking and entering. Spidey swings a punch, but it phases right through Mysterio's head, and Maggie runs for the exit when Frank Quaid leads NYPD SWAT into the building. Mysterio turns around and places a hand on Spider-Man's shoulder, and then the whole building begins blowing up. He slams Spidey against the wall and tells him that they're going to do their classic tete-a-tete when Mysterio is good and ready. Then he dissipates into a mist and vanishes. Quaid and Spidey lead everyone out of the building as it burns and arrest Maggie. Then Spidey tells Quaid that they're looking for a guy with a cloud for a head, and Frank sighs heavily. And that night, Mary Jane lies in bed and wakes up to see Peter at her window. She motions for him to come inside, and he climbs through and tells her she was right. It was an inside job. Mysterio did have help, like she said. And then he sits down and tells her that Mysterio is actually some weird headless horseman made of smoke or something who blew up his own base as soon as Spidey and the cops got there. Mary Jane says that doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun, and Peter tells her that the cops did get the accomplice. Mary laughs and tells him that she told him so, and asks if he let the cops know that it was his genius girlfriend who figured it all out. Peter laughs and notes that he didn't get around to it, and she reminds him that she loves him. And Peter assures her that he knows, and he just wants to know why she got so crazy all of a sudden, and asks again to just talk about what happened between them. But MJ worries he'll be mad about what she proposed. And Peter realizes that she's mad at herself for even bringing it up, because now that it's been brought up, she's worried that it will keep coming up over and over again, and Peter will begin to resent her and eventually break up with her, just like Flash did to Liz Allen last school year. He asks if she really thinks that he's as bad as Flash. MJ obviously says no, and Peter asks if she really thinks that he would break up with her because she wants to wait to have sex. If she thinks, for one instance, that he would ever pressure her into doing something like that in the first place. She again says no, but notes that Peter wants to. And Peter smiles and tells her, duh! And she smiles and tells him that anytime he leaves her to be Spider-Man, it could be the last time she ever sees him. He says that that's really true for anyone, super or otherwise. And that's why he wants to marry her, so he can always be with her, because there will never be anyone like her. Until he remembered how pink her bedroom is, and he hopes that she changes that when they get older. She laughs and tells him to knock it off, and then they passionately kiss. A few months later, in the present, finally, and Johnny Storm once again tries to get out of a date with pop star Brittany Amber Fox. Johnny listens to her ramble on about their auras or whatever, and her agent performing analytics on how successful of a relationship with him would be. And Johnny realizes he has made a terrible mistake. Amber excuses herself to the ladies' room, and Johnny whips out his phone and calls Peter Parker, who's in the middle of kissing Mary Jane. He asks Peter to call him back in about 5 minutes because he needs to get out of this. MJ laughs that he needs to find a nice girl, and Johnny yells that they need to help him find a nice girl because he lives in a skyscraper with a super genius, his sister, and a guy made of rocks. Amber heads back and Johnny quickly hangs up. And meanwhile, at Midtown High, Gwen Stacy sits outside of the vice principal's office, and inside VP Sutras and May discuss the re-enrollment of Gwen Stacy. Sutras finishes reading a letter from a S.H.I.E.L.D. doctor regarding the state of Gwen, and another document of May Parker's guardianship of her, and yet another written by Tony Stark confirming the previous letters and his personal recommendation for May. And this doesn't really have anything to do with it. I always have assumed that this guy, Vice Principal Sutras, would be voiced or played by Wallace Shawn. Doesn't he just look like he would have that voice?
Yes.
Anyway, Sutras is suspicious about all of this and asks how someone like May knows billionaire superhero Tony Stark. She informs him that Stark was simply involved in Gwen's predicament, and Sutras expresses how weird this all is. May tells him all he needs to do is let Gwen re-enroll back into school, continue her classes for the rest of this year and next, and let her graduate and get back to a normal life. Sutras tells her there's nothing normal about this school anymore. They have mutants, Spider-Man, the Osborns. Hell, he reveals to her pretty candidly that the school board and the district are voting to whether or not they should shut down Midtown High within the next few months. And he asks how he's supposed to explain a girl coming back from the dead to the faculty, let alone the parents. May corrects him that Gwen wasn't dead, it was just a clerical mistake, and that Gwen is a good, smart, and talented girl whose father was a policeman for the city who died in the line of duty protecting people, and she deserves every chance she can get. More than 5 minutes later, Peter makes some sandwiches and gives Johnny a call. Hey, so tomorrow how about we all head back into the city and meet up with you?
Oh my god, Dr. Doom is back? Where?
Yeah, so I'm thinking me, MJ, Kitty Pryde, Kenny, my friend Gwen. Does that sound good?
I'm sorry, Amber. I've gotta go. Flame on!
As the Human Torch soars over NYC, a building explodes, and a green figure soars past him, and Johnny gives chase to the Vulture. Vulture works on getting Human Torch to just give up and tosses some of his trademark exploding Vulture eggs. And a massive explosion blasts Johnny into a boardroom where Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson happen to be in a meeting at. Johnny catches himself midair and zooms back out into the sky after the Vulture. Vulture bobs and weaves through the streets with Torch hot on his tail feathers. Then Spider-Woman swings in and kicks Vulture and shouts that she's swinging here. Vulture plummets into a billboard in Times Square and Spider-Woman webs him up as Johnny retrieves whatever it was he stole. She says hi to Johnny, and Johnny asks if they've ever met before, and she tells him not to worry about it. Then she swings away as Johnny follows her. She tells him that they just have some mutual friends, that's all. Johnny keeps pestering her if she actually knows Spider-Man, and she says he's kinda her cousin. She keeps on swinging because this is getting awkward, and Johnny stops and says that she is girlfriend material. I ship it. I'm okay with it. That's just yet another piece of ruined potential for the Ultimate Universe. I think it would be pretty neat if Johnny Storm started dating Jessica Drew. But again, Jessica Drew, one of my favorite characters from the Ultimate Universe, just nothing was ever done with her of substance. And this could have been one of those things. Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., girlfriend of Johnny Storm, a Human Torch. That would have been so cool. The next day in Forest Hills, Kitty Pryde and Kenny meet Peter, MJ, and Gwen at the Parker residence. Peter introduces Gwen to Kitty Pryde, and Gwen compliments Kenny on all the weight that he's lost since she last saw him. May tells him to be safe and stay inside as much as they can because it looks like it's going to start raining later. Then she tells them to have a nice time and enjoy themselves. And sometime later, she spots a police cruiser and an unmarked pull up on their street in front of her house, and watches as 2 detectives in 3 uniforms walk across her lawn. May heads out and meets detectives Lambo and Rodriguez. She asks what this is all about, and Lambo asks for confirmation that she is Peter Parker's guardian and if he's at home. May tells them that he's out with some friends, and Lambo asks May to come back to the station with them to answer some questions about Peter Parker and her relationship to Spider-Man. And May Parker is escorted into a police cruiser as rain begins to fall. Later at the 103rd Precinct in Jamaica Hills, Queens, May is escorted through the busy station as detectives look for Captain Frank Quaid. Frank tells them he'll be right over to deal with this, and May is taken into the desolate interrogation room, where she sits, waiting, and waiting, and waiting for some time, until Detective Lambo enters, asks May some questions, and then May demands to call her lawyer. And then the detective asks why, because she's not under arrest. Then this fucking guy barges in and asks if she'd like to spend 25 years for aiding and abetting a fugitive of the law, because they know who Spider-Man is and that he's a fucking vigilante who rampages through the city, causes property damage out of the ass, and causes cases to get thrown out of court, and is some kind of fucking mutant. Probably. And Spider-Man has been around her house in Queens, Midtown High, and the vice principal of Midtown contacted the police about the note from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark. That's right, Sutra sold them out. But May gets in the guy's face and tells them that she doesn't know a goddamn thing and asks why she's getting arrested and wants her fucking lawyer, because May was a fucking pig-hating hippie along with Ben. Police get annoyed and prepare to argue back when a massive earthquake rumbles the building and all the power goes out. The detectives order May to stay where she is, and then they leave the room. Many minutes go by, and May cautiously gets up and heads out of the ajar door, and then she stumbles through the darkness, finding the precinct totally abandoned, except for this costume weirdo who was shouting earlier. The woman mumbles that it's all gone as she stares at May, and then May heads out of the doors and finds a beached ferry boat lying in ruined buildings along 168th Street. As the sky glooms death, sirens echo in a horrid mix with screams, and the world comes to an end. And in Manhattan, Peter Parker has escaped from the train car thanks to Kitty Pryde and is swinging through the city as another wave strikes. Peter panics as he tries to rationalize what he is supposed to do. He tries not to be sick in his mask as he spots a woman, swings down, and takes her up to a rooftop to safety. He dives back off the building as the voice of Charles Xavier echoes in his mind with a telepathic message of what is happening. Peter launches a taxi and its trapped riders up and out and into a webbing as Professor X sends a telepathic image and message about Magneto and his citadel, urging whatever heroes remain to make their way to Westchester. The passenger of the taxi panics and screams that the driver is bleeding a lot, and she opens the door and plummets down into the waves. Spider-Man dives after her, and J. Jonah Jameson watches him save her life from his office in the Daily Bugle. Peter swims to the surface and runs her up the nearby building where he finds other survivors. Peter panics and tries to mentally call back out to Xavier, hoping he can somehow hear him or reach out to him again. And then he goes back for the taxi driver and desperately tries to not have a complete breakdown. Meanwhile, the nearby crowd of the train car turn against Kitty for being a mutant after she tells them that she'll have to phase them out one by one to get out of here. But then Gwen screams that she just offered to save their fat fucking lives and they better can the racist shit. Kitty holds out her hand, laments what she's about to say, and tells them to take her hand if they want to live. Back in Queens, May helps a young boy get away from the ship crash. His mother races over in a panic and grabs him. Then an explosion erupts nearby, killing them both and rocketing May across the street. Police and civilians alike continue to abandon the area as May spots Detective Lambeau lying on the ground. May helps her stand up after her leg was struck by debris when a telephone pole ruptures and begins to fall, but it's caught by the spectacular Spider-Woman. And later in Battery Park, Kitty has finally finished evacuating the entire train as people rush away in panic. Kenny shouts that they're welcome and hugs Kitty and thanks her. Gwen, however, begins crying and hugs MJ as she realizes that they would have been dead if they had gotten into the city any earlier. And then she worries about Peter, and MJ assures her that he'll be okay. Back in Queens, Spider-Woman lands, and May demands to know why she just called her Aunt May. Jessica sputters her words and assures her that she says, "Are you okay?" Not Aunt May. Who would ever say Aunt May? I said, "Are you okay?" She grabs May and then swings her away to a rooftop, assuring May that higher ground is what they need right now. But May ignores all of Spider-Woman's rambling because she has finally witnessed to the unending storm broiling over the entire city. The lightning and the thunder and the sprawling rain that brings utter death and destruction. She rationalizes that Spider-Woman must know Peter and tells her that she doesn't know how or care who she is. She just wants Spider-Woman to find Peter and bring him home because he is all that she has left. And Jessica assures her that she will and swings away towards the Queensboro Bridge for the city. Deep within the city, Peter rescues people when the Hulk arrives. And he just kind of stares at Spider-Man as Peter freaks out that the Hulk is here. He also hopes that calling the Hulk won't make him upset, and then realizes that he hasn't said anything in quite a while, and introduces himself and asks if Hulk knows where he is. Hulk simply mutters,
"Hulk wet."
Peter asks if he knows what happened, such as how the Hulk got wet, and Hulk informs him it was from the water. Peter asks if Hulk brought the water because they're all wet and the water killed people and hurt a lot. And Hulk just kind of stares as a deluge of rain batters the two. Spidey tells Hulk he needs to go and help some people and asks Hulk if he can help him and be his friend. And Hulk smiles and tells his little friend that he'll help. And Spidey leads him through the demolished city. A scream roars out from a nearby burning building, and Spidey swings up and creates a web line where Hulk is waiting to catch people at the ground. They eventually evacuate the survivors when someone points out another massive burning building with a subway car on top of it. So Hulk thunderclaps, and the blast rockets out and extinguishes the fire as the two run over, and Spider-Man climbs up to the train, but finds no one. And Peter clambers out and falls to the roof and laments what is he supposed to do during the end of the world. Then Spider-Man notices a veritable mass grave nearby, and he rushes over and uncovers the body of Daredevil. Peter gives a eulogy for Matt Murdock and removes his mask as Dr. Bruce Banner arrives and recognizes Murdock as his lawyer from his trial and asks what happened, where he is, and then he begins panicking, asking, believing that he did all of this. Peter assures him that he had nothing to do with it and pleads with him to please calm down. But Bruce hulks out, and Hulk smashes the building into two, and Spidey leaps away. He's trailed by the fucking Hulk down the ruined roads of NYC and eventually passes through Greenwich Village, where he spots something not good happening at the Sanctum Sanctorum, because the magical seal has been broken and a deluge of demons escape the building, blasting out of the roof. A half hour after the Midtown gang escape the train and the battery, Kitty helps Kenny climb up to a rooftop in Brooklyn, and they join Gwen and MJ as they look out over the total ruin of the city and witness a fantastic magenta vortex erupting from Greenwich. much. Kitty worries about Peter, and then MJ just fucking hits her to the ground, demanding to know why she sent him into the city and made him leave the train and her and them. Kitty calmly assures her that she didn't send him anywhere. He went into the city to do what he could because he is a superhero. And Kitty would have done the same if she could fly or swing around or get through the city quick enough. Mary falls to the ground against Gwen in an incoherent sobbing, and Kitty tells her that she'll find Peter, and then phases into the building and away. Flashback time! A few months ago, Spider-Man and Doctor Strange discussed their previous Knights-based escapades with Daredevil, who they both dislike. Rightly so, I might add. Strange thanks Spider-Man for the help, and Spidey asks where he got all these crazy artifacts and magic stuff and all whatnot. Strange tells him that it was his father who did it, because his father, Stephen Strange Sr., was the true Sorcerer Supreme. Stephen Jr. just inherited it when his father disappeared. Stephen shows the young hero around, and they get to the Orb of Akmantata! Strange explains that it's a sort of doorway to the dark dimension. Strange continues that anything that doesn't belong on Earth or is a mystic threat to reality is in there. It's kind of like the Phantom Zone, I suppose. Then Wong suggests maybe not reveal all of this to a child, aka Spider-Man. But Strange assures him that Spider-Man's a cool dude. Spidey asks for assurance that all of this stuff is safe here in the middle of New York City, and Strange asks Wong to give him that assurance, and Wong explains about the ancient seal that protects the sanctum, and that both Wong and Strange carry spells on them at all times to make sure that if the window and the seal is broken, there's still a barrier. They also have a very expensive alarm system. Strange simply smiles and tells Spider-Man that it would take a veritable act of God to break this place. And in the present of the growing, seemingly endless night, Spidey watches as Hulk angrily smashes the magic, and he runs over and tries to calm him back down. A figure appears from the burning white Orb of Akmantata, and Peter excitedly calls out to Doctor Strange! And the hero and the Hulk watch as a nightmarish, grotesque form of a possessed Stephen Strange Jr. shambles towards them. Then the possessed Strange laughs as Nightmare recalls what a glorious host Spider-Man was for it, and then begins conjuring the nightmares of the Hulk, and a legion of shambling undead, all of those who the Hulk has killed, come for him. Spidey cries for Hulk to just run away, and that none of it's real, but Nightmare Strange suddenly emerges behind him, and the conjured villains of his own appear. Spidey gets his ass kicked as Hulk rampages from the legion of undead hoarding him, but he is overwhelmed and drawn into their mass.
And then Peter Parker wakes up because his alarm didn't work, and Uncle Ben tells him it's time to get ready for school. Peter gets dressed in his sweater vest and slacks and heads downstairs for some wheat cake breakfast. And Peter asks, what is happening? And looks up at the
undead Uncle Ben, who grimaces down on him and tells him that the right thing to do is to kill himself and just stop the tragedy for everyone else. Peter wakes up in a destroyed pizzeria as Nightmare Strange steps inside. Peter tells Nightmare to knock off this bullshit because there's nothing in his head worse than what reality is like. And Nightmare simply smiles. And the Goblin launches Peter out into the street where Carnage catches him. Sandman absorbs him in a hold as Electro unleashes his bolts, and Daredevil slams his batons into his face and tells Peter that all of this is his fault. And a glowing purple light emits as Nightmare, having finally harnessed enough nightmarish energy, forms itself a new body. Then he's grabbed by the Hulk, and the Hulk tears the creature in half, and its energy erupts. Nightmare reconstitutes and quickly runs away to the Orb of Akmantata. And Hulk gives chase and destroys the magical Orb of Akmantata. And a gargantuan explosion of magic erupts and rockets the area. Jessica's webbing ignites, and she plummets to her roof as the vortex rips into the sky above Greenwich Village. She gazes over the edge and watches as the magenta energy dissipates and hisses into the night rain. Then the Hulk erupts from beneath rubble, and he spots her and angrily gives chase. Jessica webs his face and escapes as S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopters arrive at the scene. The choppers open fire and blast at the Hulk, but he grabs a nearby cab and sends it directly through two of the helicopters. The whirlybirds crash into an apartment building, and Hulk seemingly realizes what he's done and stops. and watches as a third helicopter retreats. Then Jessica watches from around a corner as the Hulk leaps away into the city, and a legion of S.H.I.E.L.D. response choppers begins soaring over New York. Jessica tries not to have a breakdown and pulls her mask back on. Then she looks over the ruins of the sanctum, lands, and looks around through the rubble, calling desperately out for Peter, and falls to the ground. Then Kitty Pryde arrives, and Jessica removes her mask and excitedly runs up to hug her, and Kitty phases through her, confused, and Jessica explains the situation, and then they spot people in a nearby building signaling for their help, and the girls race into action. Over an hour later, Kitty and Jessica work and continue rescuing as many people as they can, and get them to the tallest point nearby. Eventually, they wrangle all the nearby survivors they can find as more S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue choppers cut through the night sky. One lands and the survivors are picked up, and a woman runs over and hugs Jessica before she boards. And then the two head back down to the streets and continue searching for Peter Parker. Then another cresting deluge sprawls at them. Kitty phases through it as Jessica leaps away, and Kitty watches as the bodies and wreckage are carried through the waves. The girls call out once again, and then Kitty finds Peter's mask in the water. And many grueling hours later, Mary Jane, Gwen Stacy, and Kenny Kong McFarlane have finally walked themselves home to Queens, where May and Mary's mother wait for them. And not long after, Kitty Pryde arrives, carrying Peter's mask. And May breaks down on the steps, and Kitty hands it over to Mary Jane Watson. The end. Released in 2009, written by Brian Michael Bendis, with art by David LaFuente, Takashi Miyazawa, Sarah Pichelli, Joelle Jones, Jamie McKelvey, and Scotty Young. This is the final months of Spider-Man. For anyone wondering, it's not an actual title. There's no collected edition called that. There's no story arc called this. I just didn't have an easier way to explain the 20 issues I am about to cover in this video. So get comfortable, because I imagine this one's going to be a long one. Also, prepare yourself for David LaFuente's rendition of the characters. Unfortunately, Stuart Immonen did not come back after the series was rebranded for some reason after Ultimatum. They should have chained Stuart Immonen down to his desk and forced him to finish this series. The story begins several months after the Ultimatum wave hit New York City. Peter lost his job at the Daily Bugle and is now enlisted at Burger Frog. He has to deal with a dumbass old woman who gets offended at nothing and demands to speak with the manager. His manager walks over and the woman fucking loses it on Peter for, quote, giving her lip, and screams that she'll call the news and report this establishment. The manager offers her a free apple pie and coffee with her meal, and she barges off and mutters that that's more like it. There you go! The most realistic villain of this entire comic series right here, ladies and gentlemen. This entitled old bitch. The manager gives Peter a warning and reminds him to wear his frog hat at all times, and then marches off, and Peter laments that this is what happened to Spider-Man. In the months that have passed, New York City and the entire eastern seaboard has rebuilt. Burger Frog has swept the marketing, and advertising blimps are making a comeback. The world is looking good. That night, a gang of hoodlums crashes their Jeep into a corner store and begin ransacking the place, ordering the shopkeep to give them all the money in the register and safe. A mysterious, shrouded figure in a red hood and cloak appears in the destroyed facade. One of the men opens fire, but the bullets have no effect on the figure. The others try to attack, and it does not go well for them. The final man standing tries not to piss himself as the figure moves towards him, grabs his head, and asks if this is the best they can do after all the horror that has assaulted the world. And the man is smashed into the floor. Then the Charlie Brown fanboy working the counter watches as the figure disappears. He asks what happened, and the guy is starstruck. And the police arrive and then realize, hey, it's Spider-Man, and tell him that it's an honor to meet him. The store owner then explains what went down as the mysterious figure watches on from across the street. Later that night, Peter returns home to Forest Hills, Queens. He climbs into his bedroom, unmasks, and is surprised that someone was waiting for him. Gwen Stacy. She asks how his patrol went, and Peter tells her things have really changed, because there were hardly any criminals, and the police have just been so nice to him these past several months. Then they kiss. That's right. The title of the comic isn't the only big change in this time jump comic series after Ultimatum in this brand new Ultimate universe. Because in the intervening months since the events of Ultimatum, Peter and MJ have split up again, and now Peter is dating the clone girl that's been living in his own house, the girl who in the past referred to Peter as her brother more than a romantic interest. Although, that might have been dispelling the idea that she actually did have a crush on Peter and she was just playing it off like she didn't. But now they're together! I guess it's probably more than anything just a relationship of convenience, because they both live in the same place, they both know a whole lot about each other and are some of the bestest of friends. It's like if you start dating your roommate, I suppose. I don't know. I think the worst part, the weirdest part, is that Aunt May is okay with it. Anyway, Peter asks if Aunt May is home, and Gwen smiles and jokes that they're being naughty because May has a strict no hanky-panky rule, and they go back to making out until May calls up to him. Peter heads downstairs after changing out of his spider attire, and heads down to where she tells him that dinner's in the fridge and that Kitty Pryde called for him earlier. And then the doorbell rings, and Peter goes to answer it, and finds Johnny Storm looking like shit, and then falls unconscious in Peter's arms. And later that night at Fisk Tower in Manhattan, Wilson Fisk returns to his throne after all of the records and incriminating documents on him were destroyed during the Ultimatum wave. And now he stands overlooking his city once again. Then a voice speaks up from behind him, asking why he waited so long to come back. And Fisk turns and demands to know who this figure is before him, and then Mysterio raises his hand and blasts Fisk out of the window of his penthouse office. And Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of crime, careens downward into the streets below and dies upon impact after landing on an automobile. And Mysterio gazes down at the panicking street below and smiles through his ethereal face. Back across New York, in Queens, Peter, May, and Gwen try to figure out what the hell they're gonna do about the currently passed out Johnny Storm lying on the couch. Peter notes that he and Johnny are friends, and he clearly needs help. May asks if they can, call anyone about this, but Peter informs her that the Fantastic Four broke up, and May suggests they instead let the young man sleep it out. The next day, Mysterio sits in one of his safe houses and reads the Yahoo News article on the death of Wilson Fisk. He records a message and says that it's his gift to New York, so they don't have to deal with the fat fuck anymore. He then continues that he used to be just like Fisk. He just wanted his piece of the pie. But after the Ultimatum attack, he doesn't want just a piece. He wants the whole goddamn thing. And he plans on taking it. Spider-Man sluggishly swims through an abyssal blackness underwater, running out of breath, gasping and drowning at the same time. He swims for the bright light of the surface more and more, pushing himself, feeling his chest compress with lack of oxygen, and finds it's actually Captain America's shield. And Spider-Man looks around to find dozens of drowned superheroes lumbering around him. And then Peter wakes up gasping for air. He takes several heavy, deep breaths, his face crawling with a static fizzing sensation, recognized only by those who've had severe panic attacks. He empty-headedly bobs back and forth in the early hours of the morning. Rain batters his window, and he looks over to his Spider-Man costume and asks the universe to please not get any crazier. Then he drops back onto his bed, taking in heavy breaths as he falls back asleep. Ultimatum fucked him up. The next day at school, Kitty Pryde sits in the cafeteria reading a pocket novel when she's hit by an Oreo. Then another one phases through her. Then a deluge of foodstuffs soars through her as Flash Thompson, who has somehow gotten worse in the final half of his senior year, and his new friends raucously laugh and toss more shit at her, and ask very loudly why she is allowed to be here. Then Kenny Kong McFarlane rampages over and screams to leave her alone, and fucking flips Flash's lunch table. Flash jumps to his feet and asks what Kong's deal is. He's not even dating her. And Kenny shouts again to leave her alone. Flash argues that she's the reason New York got drowned, and Kenny calls him a bigoted idiot when they're interrupted by the new principal, Principal Sutress. He orders everyone to stop or else they'll all get detention. Then he walks over to Kitty and reminds her that she cannot use her mutant powers on school grounds. Kitty shouts back, asking what she was supposed to do. Just let them throw shit at her the whole time? Sutress retorts that the use of mutant powers is now illegal, and Kitty tries to argue back when Sutress gives her detention. Kitty looks over and sees Mary Jane Watson, member of Midtown News Network, filming the scene. Kitty marches over and demands that she hands over the tape and stops recording. MJ notes that it's digital, and Kitty tells her very sternly that she is not going to upload that to the school's website. And when MJ says that she has to run the story, Kitty phases through the camera and completely short-circuits it. As Kitty marches away, she tells MJ to get her boyfriend to fix it for her. Oops, Kitty must have forgotten MJ doesn't have a boyfriend. And then MJ mumbles back that neither does Kitty. And up on the rooftop of Midtown High, Peter and Gwen eat their lunch and discuss their disdain for the actual cafeteria, especially since more kids had to get enrolled in the school after the attack. They chat for a little, and Gwen wonders if Johnny Storm has woken up yet. Peter says he's going to call out of work today and head home to see how he's doing. Then he hears something in the distance. A boom. They stop and listen, and another bigger boom erupts, somewhere in Queens. Peter suits up as Gwen cleans up, and he kisses her on the cheek and swings away. A few blocks off, he lands, and these two emerge. The bombshells. The foul-mouthed bombshells, because the daughter swears like a motherfucker. Spidey is blown away by a blast and rockets across the street as they prepare to open fire on him again. Spidey leaps and dodges as Little Bombshell races at him. Her mother races over to protect her and tries to blast Spider-Man. He dodges up and away, but is rocketed by a massive blast, which allows the bombshells to escape. Briefly, Spider-Man webs Little Bombshell and she slams into the rooftop, and then he fights Bombshell and swiftly takes her down. Little Bombshell calls him a son of a bitch motherfucking asshole as Spidey tries to subdue her, and she blasts them both off of the roof into an alley where they land in a dumpster. The police finally arrive, and Spider-Man explains the situation and the two's powers. The Little Bombshell stupidly lets it slip that her powers only work if she and her mom are next to each other. Then he tells them that the mom is up on the roof, and the cops clap and thank him for all the help, and he swings away. Elsewhere, Johnny Storm finally wakes up in the late morning and finds May sitting in the living room. She introduces herself and asks him what happened. And back in Midtown in the video department, the news network watched the just released video on YouTube from Mysterio. Jessica Jones asks if MJ wants to cover the story. MJ asks how this affects the school. And Jessica reminds them once again that Spider-Man goes here. And Mysterio just admitted to killing Spider-Man's arch nemesis. MJ calls her crazy for still believing that Spider-Man goes here. And she tells MJ she's not trying to out the guy. Not anymore, at least. Because he has become the most beloved superhero after the Magneto attacks. And then she assures MJ that if she wanted to break Spider-Man's identity story, she easily could have. Because there are a lot of stones that she could kick over. Back in Forest Hills, Johnny scarfs down sandwiches and May again asks what happened to him. Johnny finally reveals that his father, Dr. Franklin Storm, died in the tidal wave, the Fantastic Four split apart, and Johnny ran away and traveled the world for a while, keeping to himself for the most part. He tells her he tried to be the Human Torch on his own and help people, but it was like he was stuck in a fog. May tells him that he was in shock after everything he experienced, and tells him that it was more than anyone could possibly handle. Johnny tells her he should be able to handle it because he is a superhero. She reminds him he's still a kid, only a few months older than Peter. Johnny tells her about when he finally came back to New York, and how it felt like he was walking through a dream. When he saw the Baxter Building, he nearly threw up. So instead he came to Queens to find Peter. May tells him that when her husband died several years ago, she couldn't even live in the same house, and they had to move eventually. Then she asks about his family, the ones that are left. Johnny reveals that he hasn't been in contact with Sue since the attack, and May tells him he has to call her. Later after school, Peter nods off at the front counter of Burger Frog, and his manager screams in his ear to wake up and splash some water in his face to get himself together. Peter heads around the counter and runs into MJ, splashing a cup of soda all over her uniform. She bemoans what Peter did, and he apologizes. She quickly cuts him off and tries to walk away, telling him it was nice to catch up. Peter asks if she totally hates him now. She assures him that she's almost there, and Peter reminds her that he's not mad at her. MJ reminds him that she didn't do anything to him. Peter goes back that she's the one who initiated their breakup, and MJ shouts that he immediately started dating Gwen after that. She starts to walk off again, and Peter tells her he didn't immediately start dating Gwen after that. It was a couple weeks, okay? Peter and MJ then have a loud argument in the food court, and Peter says that he figured after she didn't return his first 10 calls, he took the hint. MJ tells him that she hopes he and Gwen enjoy each other's company as she walks away, and Peter begins to tell her to let him know why they broke up. But then the sentence just kind of dies. And later, a giant spider attacks. Spider-Man arrives on the scene and sees hundreds of panicking civilians running from nothing. Spidey lands on a bus and suddenly sees the giant arachnid horrors. He fires webbing, but it doesn't seem to work, so he swings in a kick that launches him through a windshield and groans in pain and wonders what the hell is going on. A few blocks away, at the New York Federal Reserve, however, Mysterio knows exactly what's going on as he uses a fancy device to lift and carry hundreds of gold bricks in the back of a truck. Then he's slammed by Spider-Man and the device breaks, causing the gold to slam to the ground. Spidey asks if Mysterio used some kind of chemical to make people see stuff before thanking Die Hard 3 for reminding him where the Federal Reserve is. Mysterio dissipates into a fog as he shouts how much work went into this, and his ethereal form starts strangling Spider-Man, and Spidey swings away. Mysterio shouts that he was trying to leave Spider-Man alone because he didn't want to deal with him again. He even killed his nemesis to leave him alone, so he had nothing to worry about. But now it's on, and he disappears into a question mark of fog. Later that evening, Gwen returns home to find a strange blonde woman standing in the driveway with Johnny. She heads in and asks, what's going on? May reveals that Johnny and Sue Storm have been talking/arguing for nearly 2 hours. 20 minutes later, Peter arrives and comes across Sue as she finally leaves. She hugs him and asks Peter to please keep an eye on Johnny because he looks up to Peter, to Spider-Man. She then tells him that if he needs anything to call her because she's right over the bridge. She'll always be his friend. And she climbs into her car and drives away, and Peter walks inside to find his new older brother, Johnny Storm. He lives here now. Elsewhere at Queen's Place Mall, Mary Jane and all the other minimum wage workers get off for the night. She talks to a friend of hers from work when Brad, the supervisor at her job, runs over to catch up. He catches his breath as he explains he wants to talk to her about something. He says that he thinks she's great, and today he actually overheard her talking/arguing with her ex, and well, he thought she had been dating someone this whole time, but now that he knows that she's not, well, he thinks she's pretty great and smart and pretty. MJ reminds him that she's in high school still, and he's in college. Brad knows that he's just a freshman, and as MJ tries to get out of this, a black car rolls up with some fucking vatos, and the guy asks Strawberry if she wants a ride home because it's scary out this late and she needs protection. MJ sighs as Brad freaks out and runs away. Then the guys open the door and call MJ inside. She tells him no, and he's about to climb out after her when the shroud slams onto their car. Gangbangers open fire on the shrouded hoodie person as MJ runs for cover, and they speed away, not making it very far in the parking lot and rebounding into a light pole. The instigator clambers out of the car and screams in pain and fear as he unloads upon the shroud to no effect. Then he's kicked clean across the parking lot and into a tree. MJ asks who the fuck this person is and immediately goes into investigative reporter mode and notes that even with the weird voice changing thing that they have, the person sounds like it's someone her age. Mary turns around as security speed up, and when she looks back, the shroud is gone. Elsewhere, the Sanko pizza pies have been delivered to the Parker residence, and everyone sits around the table as they figure out how this is going to work. Johnny brings Peter up to speed. He doesn't want to live in New York City anymore. He can't stomach it. He can't handle it emotionally. And Sue said it was okay. If it's okay with, May, pretty much. And May says, of course it is. Because I run a halfway house for superhero kids. She's the new Professor X. Really, though, May is looking after him. She says that Johnny is too young to just throw away his life and try to make it out on his own. He needs to finish high school. He needs to look into going to actual college and doing something with his life. And Sue, who has been making that argument for pretty much Johnny's whole teenage life, agreed wholeheartedly. Peter asks how exactly Johnny Storm the Human Torch is going to work living here, and Johnny tells him he's going to do the whole Peter thing. A secret identity. and he's thinking of dyeing his hair, maybe using a fake name, maybe wearing some nerdy glasses and go to Midtown High again. And then May suggests Peter and Johnny could bunk together until they get the extra bedroom readied. Peter instead declares that Johnny can take his room. Peter wants to sleep in the attic and moves all of his stuff into his lab/storage up there. May gets up and notes that she'll make a new chore chart for tomorrow, and Johnny quietly notes that he's never done chores before. The next day at school, MJ walks down the hall to Peter at his locker. She tells him about the new superhero that saved her last night, how she was almost kidnapped and worse. And Peter freaks out, and MJ tells him what went down. Peter clarifies that she saw. Peter asks more questions, and MJ tells him what the shroud looked like. Peter suggests it might be a teleporter or maybe even invisibility, which sounds nothing like anybody he's ever come across before. And MJ notes that she thinks that the shroud is someone their age. Peter asks, finally, if she is okay. She tells him she obviously isn't. And Peter tells her that she shouldn't be out late like that in the middle of Queens, which causes MJ to start crying and tell him that she was with her manager who just ran away and left her there, and bemoans what a loser she is for getting into this situation in the first place. Right as Gwen rocks up and waits behind Peter. MJ cries that she should have never broken up with Peter. And it's all just the same thing over and over again. She doesn't know why she did it. She gets asked out by guys, but she doesn't want to go out with them. She doesn't know why this keeps happening, why they keep breaking up, when she just wants to be with Peter, with him, because no one else is like him. But now it's really too late, because he has Gwen, and she's way cooler than her, and somehow more normal, and MJ is just a weird loser who screwed everything up. And Gwen walks over and takes MJ's hand and tries to lead her out of the public view and into the girls' bathroom to talk, but MJ stops and tries again to regain her composure and tells them that they're her best friends. They're her only friends, and neither have spoken to her in months. Gwen notes that MJ hasn't spoken to she or Peter in just as much time. MJ tells Gwen that she can't imagine she wants to be friends with the girl obsessed with her boyfriend. They assure Mary that they're still her friends, especially after everything that these three have been through. Then Jessica Jones rocks up, calling to MJ to come over here because the Hulk is trashing the Queensboro Bridge. Again. Jessica runs off and Peter tells Gwen that he has to go, and as he runs off, both MJ and Gwen call out to him to be safe and not get hurt. Not long after, at the Queensboro Bridge, I won't bury the lead, this is another Mysterio ruse, and Spider-Man gets his spider ass kicked until he lies on the bridge gasping for air, Mysterio hovering over him. Peter tries to pick himself up, but can't bring his body to do it. Then he feels Mysterio's hand plant against the back of his head and slowly lift his mask. But Mysterio is kicked by the Shroud! He blasts them with his energies, but it does nothing. Shroud leaps at him, but Mysterio gets the upper hand and launches the figure over the bridge and into the East River. He turns back for Spider-Man, and he's kicked squarely in the chest and slammed into the asphalt. Spider-Man grabs Mysterio and demands to know who he is and what he wants. Mysterio shoots him with his lightning hands, and Spidey slams into a nearby truck. Mysterio prepares to open fire and blast Spider-Man's head open when the Shroud returns and smashes the harness of Mysterio, and his entire suit malfunctions and erupts in a massive blast over Roosevelt Island. And Peter gets up in a haze of what looks like soot that has blanketed the bridge and calls out to anyone if they're injured. And he looks up and sees Mysterio on a ruined beam of the bridge, but he disappears. He lands and walks over to the Shroud, who demands that Spider-Man stay away. He thanks them for the team-up, but the Shroud tells him that this wasn't a team-up. Then Spidey thanks them for helping with the redheaded girl at the mall last night, because she's actually his friend. And Peter wonders what's going on with the Shroud's weird voice changer thing that they have going on for him, which I feel like could have been layered in any amount of ways for the book. Maybe a different kind of word balloon, or change the typeface that the letters are written in. Something to just get across the fact that, oh, this character is speaking with a different kind of voice, other than just a regular balloon. But Shroud ignores his questions and points out something that Mysterio dropped. Spidey inspects it and notes that it kind of looks like a homemade processor, but it's unlike anything he's seen before. And of course the Shroud disappears, and this fucking hot goth girl walks up and asks Spidey for his autograph. Gee whiz, sure isn't anything suspicious about this. Later that day, Teresa Pride returns home from the grocery store. She speaks over the phone, arguing with Principal Sutras about her daughter. She asks how he can dare to call her an even hint that a child as bright and talented and strong as Kitty Pryde is somehow not good enough to walk through his school. Then suggests that she'll have to get her lawyer involved in this conversation, and Sutress relents and she ends the call. She walks in and notices how cold it is. So cold she can see her breath. And then she hears a noise down the hall, and she grabs a kitchen knife to defend herself and slowly moves down the hallway and swings open the door to their cellar and finds Bobby Drake. Bobby cries out that he's a friend of Kitty's and that he used to be one of the X-Men and that he needed somewhere to stay because he doesn't have his family anymore, and Kitty said he could stay here for a little bit. He also cries and apologizes because he thought that Mrs. Pryde was at work and pleads with her to please not call the cops. And later, after Kitty gets home from school, she finds Bobby and her mother in the living room and is ordered to sit down and explain herself. Teresa chastises her daughter for sneaking her friend into their home because she damn near had a heart attack, and she shouldn't have to come home to stuff like this. Kitty tells her that Bobby has nowhere to go and no one to help him. His parents disowned him, the X-Men are gone, but Teresa shouts that this isn't their problem. The Prydes have enough on their plate. And then she reveals that she did call Bobby's family, but they hung up, and that the school wants to expel Kitty, and that it's not safe to do something like this. Kitty continues to argue, and Teresa tells her daughter that she knows that Kitty is not the issue. Teresa tells her that she can't fight an entire school system and the district for her and take care of her runaway friends. Bobby tells her that he understands and thanks her for not freaking out totally, and that he'll pack his stuff and leave immediately. Kitty tells him that if he goes, she goes, and then stands up and argues that her mother can't half believe in something. Teresa counters back that she believes in her daughter. She doesn't even know Bobby Drake, and they have no place to put him. The house isn't big enough. Eventually, they simmer down, and Kitty comes up with an idea. And later, Spider-Man swings into the 103rd Precinct, set in the real location of the 108th Precinct. Check out last video to understand that. Where a woman dressed as Phoenix proclaims that she has been reborn. The entire crew cheer and welcome Spider-Man, and Frank Quaid orders him into his office. Spidey tells Captain Frank, a nickname that Quaid is not a fan of, that he has something on Mysterio, this little eyeball thing. It broke off his armor when Spider-Man was fighting him and performing a web-slinging ass-kicking. And Quaid just looks at him and asks if Spider-Man realizes that his web-slinging ass-kicking was caught on the news, because that's definitely not what happened. Spidey quickly moves past this and shows him the eyeball thing, and Quaid sighs heavily because he stole it from a crime scene. Quaid takes a piece of tissue and grabs the device and tells Spider-Man that he'll have to hand it over to the feds because after Mysterio killed the Kingpin, the case got moved up. Then Spidey notes that Mysterio was coming for him directly, and Quaid notes that is something they can use. And later that night, this is an eventful day, Gwen meets Peter outside the house, losing her mind with laughter, and tells him to brace himself because May has officially lost it. They have a new roommate, young Bobby Drake. I've always assumed that Ultimate Bobby Drake is like a year or two younger than Peter and most of the other characters. He's always been shown to be more immature and is always drawn smaller in a more lankier frame, so I figured he's younger. So he's like Peter's little brother. May takes Peter aside and explains what's going on. Peter notes that he barely knows Iceman. They've only hung out a few times, and what little he does know about Bobby, he's learned from Kitty, so it's nothing great. But May tells him that Bobby doesn't have a home and his parents refuse to take him in, and explains that Peter can now get to know Bobby even more. Peter asks how this is gonna work, and May explains that Bobby and Johnny can share a room and they'll figure out the rest later. Gwen jokes that this is like their own little Ultimates mansion, and May tells Peter that he needs to be Spider-Man. She needs to do this. She needs to help people in a way that she can. And sometime later, Mysterio sits in his lab and repairs his robotic android body, and notices that there is now blood on his suit, and he smirks devilishly. And a week later, life is odd in the Parker, Stacy, Storm, Drake household. Bobby and Johnny are now officially Peter's cousins. Johnny has dyed his hair black, and Peter gave Bobby a buzz cut. And so May meets with Sutress about enrolling the boys because they lost their families during the Magneto attack, and May is their guardian now. That's why they have no identification or transcripts, because of the flood. Sutress brings up their previous meeting and how he accused her nephew of being Spider-Man and contacted the police and, got her arrested. He tells her he appreciates her ability to look past that. May says her boys need to go to school, and he's the school. She knows that they've been through a lot. They all have. But the boys need guidance and education. Johnny is old enough to seemingly be enrolled as a senior with Peter, but Bobby will be there for a few more years. Sutras breathes deeply and tells her that the school is over capacity and they need to be tested and placed before anything else. Then he tells her that he doesn't know, nor does he want to know, if Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Because after the attack, he looks at the world very differently now, just like a lot of people do. And he finally understands his predecessor's stance on things and notes that he's ashamed for not seeing it sooner. And he tells May Parker having Spider-Man go to his school is an honor. And at this point, nothing would make him happier than to do right by she and her family. And May tries not to well up as she thanks him. And this is actually making me tear up just reading my script and remembering what happens. It's so nice to just this sense of community coming together and helping one another. Just whenever I see it, it just makes me tear up. It just makes me cry with happiness. I love this. I love how Sutras, voiced by Wallace Shawn, has turned around and become like his predecessor principal, who was a big fan of Spider-Man. And the fact, just how highly he speaks of Spider-Man, you know? He knows. He's keeping it a secret. This is like in DC Comics when it's like revealed, oh, Smallville's a small town. Everybody kind of knows that Clark Kent was Superboy or Superman, but they keep it to themselves because the Kents are good people. That's the same thing that happens in Ultimate Spider-Man. And it gets caught in my throat every time I read it. I love it so much. It's just such an ideal to strive to reach that element of you and your fellow humans, to guide each other and help each other and not put each other down like happens now. I adore this series. Next morning, Johnny and Bobby Parker arrive at school with Peter and Gwen, and MJ is in shock. Gwen has to silence her before she says anything, and Peter reminds her that they're his cousins that she's met before, remember? MJ tells Johnny to stop with whatever accent he's trying to do. Then Peter asks if she wants to come over for dinner and hang out tonight. And he tapers off and goes quiet and stares down the hall. Everyone gathers around and asks, well, what is happening? And Peter walks off towards a girl with a purple backpack. And then she fucking explodes! And this massive robot appears in the halls of Midtown High. Everyone escapes out of the building, and Peter heads back inside to face off against the killer machine as he switches into his costume. Spidey is launched through a wall and into Sutras' office and apologizes for this and carries the principal out to safety. Then the Shroud appears, and the machine is defeated. Human Torch then blazes it and melts the giant thing, causing the sprinkler system to go off, and Peter chastises Johnny for ruining their clues and the crime scene. I love that. I love that Peter is like learning things from Captain Frank Quaid. He's like, no, don't touch it. It's a crime scene, Johnny. God damn it. Don't you realize this? Everybody knows this. So the two head off a few blocks as the crowd outside cheer them on. And behind the school, the Shroud rips themselves out of the ground and removes their mask to reveal Kitty Pryde. And her nose bleeds, and she weakly falls against the wall and sits in silence. That night in Mysterio's new safe house, he records a new message, one which proclaims he will unleash controlled chaos unto the city. He plans on ruining Spider-Man because he has his blood, his DNA. And as soon as he uploads this video, so too will be uploaded video of security footage revealing Spider-Man's identity. Yet another thing the MCU adapted. Then he stops because one of his security cameras has picked up SWAT surrounding the building, and the derelict apartment building erupts. And Frank Quaid sighs and calls off the operation. So, remember in Ultimate Origins where we saw Rick Jones become Nova, and then he appears later in the Ultimate Doomsday trilogy that happens after this volume of Spider-Man, so we have to ignore that for the time being? Well, we're flashing back to that. So, not long before Ultimatum, the 15-year-old Rick Jones is chosen by the Watchers and becomes Nova. His mother finds him in the backyard of their home in Queens, and she races over to him as he writhes in pain and orders his sister to get her phone and call 911. And just down the street, May Parker checks her mail. Then Rick explodes with a beam of energy. Rick turns back into a normal human as he lies in the backyard, sizzling. And for months, he has been in a coma, and he's finally woken up. A few days later, at Queens, May! What the hell happened? What, did LaFuente draw those first few pages, and then Takashi Miyazawa took over? I feel like the Penguin. Oh, God, what are you showing me? So get ready to sit through this. Anyway, MJ and Peter walk through the mall food court during their breaks and discuss the current situation at the Parker residence. Peter notes that May seems like she's happy again, like she was when Ben was alive. They briefly bring up Gwen and that she's a different circumstance, until Peter remarks that Johnny and Bobby don't have any family or homes to go to either. And this seems like a good thing. It's the first really nice thing that seems to be happening to them. It's people who have been truly affected by the past months, let alone years, coming together and finding happiness and finding life once again. MJ is still paranoid though, and Peter tells her his break is almost over and he has to get back to Burger Frog. And that evening at the Parker home, May and Gwen discuss the recent attack on the school when they notice one of those medical shuttles pull up to the Jones home and help Marion Jones unload her son Rick in a wheelchair. May tells Gwen about what happened to Rick, how he's been in a coma since before the attack, rumor has it was drugs, and they watch as the family reunite and help Rick back inside. Over some extra lasagna that she made for dinner, and Marion thanks her, and May tells her that if there's anything she needs, just to let her know. And Marion watches as she starts to leave, and then blurts out that it wasn't drugs. It was something else, and that she's worried that Rick is a mutant, and that she's really worried because she has spent the past few months reading and studying and learning all about mutants, and she just doesn't know what to do. And upstairs, Rick sits in his bedroom and controls his hand to begin emitting energy, and then he sits there and the eye of the Watcher flashes in his mind. And that must have been a Friday, because the next day, May alerts the household to a family meeting and everyone heads down in their pajamas. May informs them that she needs the boys to suit up because there is someone they really need to help, and his name is Rick Jones. So later the gang hop out on top a nearby newly constructed apartment condo building, I guess, and they discuss how they're gonna do this. Bobby tells them that he can handle this because he was trained by the head of the mutant world to do exactly this, be an ambassador. Spider-Man points out how little he did to actually help when Liz Allen became a mutant and manifested her powers, and that Spidey had to do all the work. And then they watch as Rick begins testing his powers and manifesting a big shield around himself. Iceman suddenly swoops down into Rick Jones' backyard and scares the hell out of the kid. Rick accidentally super leaps away, and Spidey and Johnny race after him. Rick panics when Human Torch flies behind him and accidentally disables his powers and plummets to the ground. Luckily, Spider-Man catches him, only to have Rick teleport them into a Detroit diner. The owner barges out and demands to know who the hell's gonna fix this, and tries to rip off Spider-Man's mask as Rick teleports them again, and they soar through the ether and wind up back in Queens. Iceman returns Rick back to his yard, and Johnny takes Peter in for a landing as Rick panics. Human Torch assures the boy that they want to help him, and Iceman assures Rick that he's a mutant too. But Rick explains that he is not a mutant. He was given these powers by an unimaginable alien species that are older than the universe itself, called the Watchers. And Johnny exclaims that he knows exactly what that is. He recounts to them how the FF were called out to Project Pegasus to inspect the Watcher totem not long before the ultimatum wave hit, and about how it possessed Sue, told them a herald had been chosen to protect the world from a great disaster, and that it disappeared and they never found anything about it again. And Bobby exclaims how awesome that is. And then the Watcher flashes through Rick's mind again, and he falls back into snow and admits that the Human Torch is right. Johnny is excited over finally knowing something, and Rick asks how the heck he's supposed to even protect the world because he's just a kid and he doesn't want to be a superhero. Spidey tells him that everyone starts somewhere and that they can help. Rick cries out how much he hates this and sits on the steps of his porch, and Johnny asks if he's the only one who wants to smack this little kid. Rick shouts that he's scared. He doesn't know what's going on. This is crazy. And Spider-Man assures him that that's okay, not to listen to Hothead. Spidey was scared too when he first got his powers. And Bobby actually speaks quite poignantly when he tells Rick that they've all been through things like this. And Johnny realizes his mistake and tells him that he needs to work one step at a time and that they need to figure out all of his powers. Then he'll need a cool name maybe even a costume. Rick blows him off and demands to go where Johnny saw the Watcher so he can speak with it. Johnny tries to tell him it disappeared, but Rick powers up and teleports them to Project Pegasus, and they make their way through the massive blast doors, and like always, discover it has been attacked. Hundreds of dead bodies litter the halls. Where do they keep finding the guys to staff this fucking place? Do they have a cloning machine in the basement or something? Every time we've seen Project Pegasus in the Ultimate Universe, it has been attacked and destroyed, and its whole staff has been murdered. Anyway, it's the fucking Serpent Society. They find the Serpent Society, once again trying to steal the Serpent Crown, something which happened in, I believe, what was that? Was that Ultimate Power, I think, is how that book opens up? So this is a continuation from that, kinda. And they fight, and the Serpent Society are quickly bested as S.H.I.E.L.D. reinforcements led by Agent Wendell Vaughn arrive. He recognizes Johnny and thanks them for the help, and Johnny reveals that the Watcher picked Rick Jones. Johnny's like, this is the guy! And then Vaughn tells Rick that the Watcher left and never came back. And something about this turns Rick's mind around on being a superhero, and Vaughn tries to detain and question them when Rick teleports him back to New York, and Vaughn just sighs heavily. Why? Why is he still in charge of this place? Seriously, they get attacked every appearance except in Ultimate Origins. The boys arrive uncomfortably back in Forest Hills as they all get a load of Rick's Nova alter ego. Okay, seriously, what happened to the art? This confused me when I read it the first time, and it still confuses me now. This looks totally different from before, yet it's still listed as Takashi Miyazawa. Did they do certain pages first, and then the deadline got too close, and you had to rush a little bit or something? What was going on with the art in this book? Anyway, Iceman says that all Rick has to do now is come up with a superhero name. They workshop some stuff, but he decides he'll come up with something later and bids them goodbye because he feels a calling that is greater than himself, that's greater than humanity, and he kind of becomes Dr. Manhattan Jr. However, his sister and mother head out, and he tells his mom that he has to go and figure out who he is and what he's become. And she hugs her son and cries that she can't lose him again. But he assures her that he won't be gone for long. He just needs to work out some things and figure out who and what he is. And then he rises into the air and proclaims that he figured out a name. Nova. Then he thanks the three for all their help and whispers under his breath how cool it was to have Spider-Man in his backyard and hang out with him. And then Rick blasts off and disappears into the sky. A few weeks later, the bombshells are back at it. They attack an armored truck in Brooklyn at 12:45 p.m. when they're webbed by Spider-Woman. Little Bombshell loses it and tries to destroy Spider-Woman and calls her a Spider-Man wannabe with a B cup. How dare you? Spider-Woman leaps out of the way when fire engulfs them, and the Human Torch arrives onto the scene. The bombshells are re-webbed and each given a swift face kick. Little Bombshell tries to fist fight Spider-Woman, and it does not go well. Jessica swings away as the scene clears and the police arrive, and Johnny tells her that they should team up more often. He flies after her and asks what the rush is, because he thinks that they would make a great duo. He asks her also what her deal is with Spider-Man, and she tells him to ask Spidey, not her. Johnny says he thought she was pretty cool and actually wanted to, hang out. And she maneuvers her way out of view and hides in an alley. Then she lands and removes her mask and groans about her situation, and then Johnny appears. He officially introduces himself to Jessica. He assures her that he won't tell anyone who she is. She can trust him. And then she asks what he did to his hair, and then notes that she's well aware of Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch. He asks why she doesn't want to be friends with him if she knows who he is. And, get to know him. She ughs and tells him he's too much. And she finally tells him her name. He asks Jessica if she would like to go to the movies. And she asks if this is him asking her on a date. Johnny tells her he's ready to ask her to marry him. And her eyes widen, and she holds her head in her hands. Now, I've said it once in the past video, and I'll say it again. I ship it. I love this. I would rather see Johnny Storm date female clone of Peter Parker, Jessica Drew, than have to see or ever remember what Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were doing. And I wish, I've said it so many times, I wish she would have had her own series. Because the unfortunate thing about Ultimate Jessica Drew is that her character in future stories always comes down to The writer's acting like she was born a week ago at the time of the events. Even in All New Ultimates, a comic which came out 8 years after the character was invented, does that. She still has the character issues of, oh no, I have Peter Parker's boy memories? Who am I? I'm a girl with a boy mind? Do-do-do-do-do. It's annoying because it seems like no one wanted to just move past that and actually make her a unique character. Hell, push some boundaries. Go for a bisexuality storyline or any kind of sexuality or gender issues that would arise from a female clone of a male character. The storylines are limitless, but no, they never bothered. And this is especially annoying because if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it is established that she loses Peter's memories over time and just becomes her own person. Anyway, Peter and Gwen walk through the under-construction Midtown High. Then Gwen pushes him into the girls' bathroom. Wait, what's that logo? Is that a real thing? I understand it's the feminine symbol and meant to be like a figure with hair and a dress, but why is it so overly designed in what should be an easily identifiable symbol? Anyway, it's not what you think. Kitty is inside waiting, and she leads Peter into a stall where MJ holds a bag of hair care and equipment. They push Peter onto the toilet, and they all point out how much they hate his overly long brown hair. I wrote this script when I still had my long hair, so that joke probably would have worked better if I recorded this months ago. Then the absolute best lampshade and retcon of any comic happens. Gwen shows him a picture of Spider-Man on her phone and points out that because of his long hair, it makes his head look perfectly round, almost like a basketball. And they buzz his head, and Peter groans that he doesn't want them to have lunch together anymore. Finally, they finish, and Tandy Bowen walks in and finds the situation, and they tell her to go away because she's a mutant-phobic bitch. And the whole mood shifts from fun chaos to depression as Kitty sighs at what Tandy said to her. Later that evening, Peter arrives at home and May loves what MJ did to his hair. She celebrates that she can finally see his face again. Then Johnny Storm blasts through the door and proclaims that he is in love. Peter and the others talk about who Johnny is so in love with, and he tells them to guess, because it's someone Peter knows. Peter runs down the list, upsetting Gwen, until Peter gives up and Johnny reveals it's Jessica, a.k.a. Spider-Woman, a.k.a. future Mrs. Johnny Storm. And, well, Peter is in shock. Because Johnny tells him how awesome she is, and she understands what it's like to have powers and stuff, and she's a great kisser. And Peter is very confused by all of this and excuses himself for some fresh air. And I would like to argue by this point, Jessica has been around long enough to be her own person, where they should just be totally disassociated from one another. Especially once we get to the Ultimate Doomsday Trilogy, which at this point would be coming up in the timeline. Check out those videos on my channel if you're interested. I highly recommend it. It's a really fun event. But I loathe how disrespectful and just downright mean Brian Michael Bendis will write Peter as being to Jess. Like, it's upsetting. If I haven't made it clear, I really like Ultimate Jessica Drew. And just the utter disregard she gets as a character is just upset. So the next day in class, Johnny writes a note to Peter asking him what the deal is with Jessica exactly when the principal and 2 federal agents arrive. They ask for Kitty Pryde to collect her things and come with them. Kitty asks why, and the men move towards her. Principal Sutras tells her that she's done nothing wrong, but she and her mother knew that this would happen, what with her being a mutant. And Kitty begins to cry, and everything becomes narrow. She experiences tunnel vision as the men in suits tell her that there's an anti-mutant task force waiting outside, and she better not try anything. Kitty grimaces that she can't be hurt, and all that they would do is just shoot the people behind her. An agent calls in that there's a hostile mutant and orders everyone to stay in their seats, and Peter stands up and shouts that what they want is to make a scene in the middle of this class with children and teachers to make this all an incident. And the other agent pulls out his fucking gun on a high school student and orders that he sit back down. And Peter tells Kitty to run, and she cries that she just wanted to go to school and be like everyone else. Principal Sutras tries to get the agents to stand down as they draw their guns and demand that Catherine Pryde leave the room right now because this class is for humans only. Then Kenny leaps out of his chair and fucking Dex, the racist piece of shit, power-tripping, jack-booted agent, and his handgun goes off, and the classroom breaks out into pandemonium. Kenny is thrown to the ground, and the agent he clocked puts his handgun to his fucking temple. And Kitty gives herself up. She thanks Kenny and moves past him as he stood up, and reminds him that she used to be an X-Man. And then she phases them both through the ground, and the class cheers her on as the agents race out of the room. And Sutras and Peter lock eyes. Kenny and Kitty arrive in a large sewer tunnel, and she thanks him for coming to her defense and tells him that they shouldn't have broken up, and then they kiss for quite some time, and they run off into the sewers for an escape. Later, a PTA meeting is held, and Sutras loses control over the crowd about what happened today, and he finally breaks down and demands everyone sit the hell down and shut up. He tells them that what happened today is unacceptable on every level. Federal agents came into their school with no appointment or prior contact and took matters into their own hands. Because now, being a mutant in this country is illegal. And according to them, there was one at the school. But he is not in charge of knowing how the government does or does not label who is and isn't what. He was hired to teach their children, not to teach them to punish those who are different. He had no idea what happened today would occur. And he is truly sorry, and as the hateful crowd erupt, Sutras silences them completely and tells them to go ahead and sue an already underfunded, overcrowded public school. Because what happens then? Do they know? No, they don't. He suggests that instead of lashing out, they consider the fact that they now live in a world where things have been allowed to get to this point. A point where a good student was chased away by the government for being different in a way that she had no option in deciding. And he is officially announcing his resignation as principal because he is not allowing this hateful, bigoted behavior to continue under his watch. He then asks what they are going to do. Because this isn't over. All it takes is someone to point the finger at any one of them, or any one of their children, and everything falls apart. No matter how special or good they think their children are, that's all it takes. And instead of being angry at him, they should be angry at themselves. Because these children deserve a better world than what they are giving them. And he walks off the stage to a silent crowd. Gee, I sure am grateful and happy that nothing like this is happening in America, let alone the rest of the world at the time of recording, because what crazy comic book logic is this? Elsewhere at the Parker residence, everyone wonders what they're supposed to do. Gwen tells them that there's nothing they could have done today that wouldn't have made matters far, far worse. Peter suggests that they find Kitty and Kenny and help them. So the trio head through Forest Hills and spot an absolute media circus at the Pride residence. And they get ready to leave the area when a van explodes. And the Shroud appears. The three race into action, but Kitty removes her garb and tells them it's too late to help her. Also she calls Johnny a himbo. And then proclaims that Magneto was right! And she decks Peter through the Pride family house. Bobby freezes Kitty in place, but she just phases through it and headbutts him, and informs them that if she can make herself intangible, all it took was some training to make herself super tangible. Peter tries to get her to calm down, but she cries out that she can't believe how much she fooled herself into thinking that he or anyone else actually cared about her. Because when it comes down to it, they'll all look after themselves instead of worry about mutants. And Bobby walks up behind her and tells her that he's a mutant. He's on her side. And she slowly phases through the ground as he calls out for her. And elsewhere, MJ shows Jessica Jones the secret recording she made. The only footage that exists of Kitty being attacked by federal agents in the classroom. Later that night, the boys return home, and May tells them that they need to put a stop on the superheroics for now. Things are gotten too bad all of a sudden. May tells them that they were a bit brash with their superhero stuff lately, especially at the school, in the neighborhood, any of that which could lead to what happened to Kitty happening in their own home. So for now, she asks that they hold off. Bobby says that they should get back out there and look for Kitty again. Peter and Johnny veto that. Gwen says that she'll come around if she wants to. Bobby says either that or she'll join whatever's left of the Brotherhood of Mutant Supremacy. And then he says that if they can't be heroes, they may as well find jobs to do something, and Peter notes that they're hiring at Burger Frog. So a few days later, Peter and Tadpole Bobby work at the mall when Johnny and Gwen rock up. Johnny asks if they have any dignity or if they're all out, and Bobby freezes Johnny's underwear. Johnny awkwardly excuses himself as MJ walks over and tells him that she really needs to talk. They take a break and MJ shows them the camera footage she took. She asks what she should do with it. And Peter tells her he knows exactly what to do with it. Later that afternoon, after they get off work, Peter and MJ head to the new headquarters of thedailybugle.com, the all-new digital-only newspaper. Peter tells the receptionist that he's here to speak with Ben Urich. Peter and MJ walk through the bullpen, and he tells her that he preferred the old Bugle much more. Ben Urich spots them and waves and smiles and heads over and notes how different Peter looks since they last saw him. Peter introduces Ben to MJ, and Ben remembers her from her internship cub reporter thing she did last year. And Peter tells him that they have something to show him, but it's not for publication because they don't know what to do with it. And Ben ushers them away from where Jonah is. Ben watches the footage and notes that this is real news, like true headline stuff that clearly shows that Kitty Pryde was in the right and the government agents acted in the wrong. Ben says that Jonah would probably pay 20 grand for it, but they don't take the offer, and Ben says good. He was testing them because Jonah hasn't paid for a single story in his life. He notes that MJ can be a great reporter if she keeps up this kind of integrity, and notes that they don't show the clip, instead they report on the facts on the record. And Ben gets right to work. And then Peter spots Jameson walking by with a big fur coat on. And Jameson looks over and Peter's spider sense goes off. Jameson boards the elevator and Peter excuses himself and heads after the elevator and takes it down to the parking garage where Jameson stands, waiting, staring. And then he swings for Peter. Peter catches his hand and he's electrocuted. And then he falls unconscious and Jonah yoinks Peter's wallet, calls an audible by changing tactics, and stuffs Peter into a trunk as his entire body shifts into that of Peter Parker's. Then he electrocutes Peter again and locks the trunk door, and works on the painful process of changing his height to match Peter's own. Say hello to Ultimate Chameleon, a character who, as we'll soon find out, has far more in common with Sleazebag Ultimate Wolverine before he took a crash course in heroics than he does normal Chameleon. Peter heads back upstairs and tells MJ that everything's fine. He's just gonna sit and listen. Chameleon and MJ ride home in the taxi as Chameleon tries to figure out what exactly MJ's relationship is to Peter, because she's obviously in love with him, as she talks about Kitty in the story. And as she talks about Kitty in the story, Peter leans in and kisses her, and MJ explodes and kisses him back passionately, but she stops and asks why they did that, and then pushes him away. Peter tells her she clearly wanted it, and MJ demands that the cab pull over and let her out. Chameleon moans that all chicks are the same as the cab driver heads off to Queens, which Chameleon is grossed out by. The cab stops where Chameleon orders, and then he fucking kills the driver and steals his money, and heads out to find the Parker residence. He finds Bobby in the living room, assumes he's Peter's brother, and then May welcomes him home. He wonders if she's the mom or something. And then he works his way up to the attic bedroom as Johnny marches past him, arguing with Sue on the phone during his workout, and Chameleon wonders what the fuck this home dynamic is. He finds the little spider tied to the attic stairs and heads up and takes a look around. Computer is no use because it has a password protection, so he calls his cohort and tells her that he changed the plan and found someone new named Peter Parker. But he's having major high school flashbacks and he's hating it. Then he hangs up as Gwen rocks up, straddles his lap, and kisses him. And Chameleon, not sure if she's like a cousin or a sister, wonders what the fuck is happening in this house. Gwen realizes that something's up and asks what happened, and Chameleon reveals that MJ tried to kiss him tonight, and Gwen loses it. Chameleon tells her nothing happened, and he feels pity for MJ and tries to get Gwen to calm down, but doesn't try too hard. Chameleon kicks his feet up and notes that this is a pretty interesting setup, but wonders what he's missing. There's gotta be something. The next day, the gang head to the bus stop and witness the taxicab crime scene. Later that day, Chameleon runs into MJ at school and she shirks away. Then Chameleon runs into Flash Thompson. Flash pushes Chameleon into the lockers, but he snatches Flash's arm and wrenches it around against him instead. Flash's girl calls out his name and asks why he always starts shit, and Chameleon calls Flash a sexually confused, future-used tire salesman, and notes that he better not ever touch Peter Parker again, or he'll kill him, and he reckons that no one will really care. Then he walks off and thinks that he may as well throw Peter a bone to help him out in some way. Later in the library, MJ sits when Kimmel sneaks up behind her and runs his hand up her waist and freaks her out. She asks if he's going to apologize, and Kimmel tries to work the conversation into getting her to reveal who Peter Parker actually is. But MJ simply says she thought Peter was perfect until last night. She tries to get up to leave, and he grabs her and kisses her again, thinking about how much longer he's gonna have to deal with this high school crap as Gwen, Johnny, and Bobby walk up. And Gwen runs away. And everyone wonders what the fuck is wrong with Peter. Chameleon wonders who the fuck gets to live with their girlfriend in high school, but is glad that Gwen isn't his sister or something, and walks away. He gets home and May chews him out, but Chameleon blows her off and heads upstairs. He searches the attic again and realizes he didn't check that big trunk over there. So he snaps off the lock and figures out Peter Parker's big secret, then calls his cohort and tells her that they just hit the goddamn jackpot. That night, Kimmel suits up as Spider-Man and figures out how to use the web shooters, and very quickly realizes it is not as easy as it looks. And elsewhere, Peter Parker awakens in a derelict warehouse where he's sat across from J. Jonah Jameson. Jonah asks Peter why on earth he's here, and Peter looks around and realizes that it wasn't really Jonah that attacked him. Jonah hears something in the darkness and calls out, but there's no response. He gets why someone would kidnap a rich, famous, highly successful businessman and newspaper runner guy. Why did somebody kidnap Peter Parker? As he sits there, he realizes that this entire time, it's been right under his nose. The story of the decade, and he only just now realizes it. Jonah tells Peter to try and break free, but Peter tells him that he's too weak, and the two deduce that they've been drugged. Meanwhile, Frank Quaid responds to a bank robbery in Queens conducted by Spider-Man, and Quaid feels like he's been stabbed in the back. Later, Kimmel calls into his Kimmelette, and she reports that she doubts that they'll learn anything else from keeping Jonah and Parker together. Kimmel tells her to just off Jameson because he pumped himself up with a lot of mutant growth hormone and put on the spider suit and made more money in a night than they ever would have gotten from Jonah. So, Lady Chameleon walks out of the office behind Jameson and horribly morphs her face into that of Jameson as she puts a gun to his head and pulls the trigger. And Jameson's body falls to the ground as Camelette forms into Peter's face. And later that night, Patrick Warburton with a mustache reports the Spider-Man crime wave, and the Parker resident watch this, and May tells them that something has happened to Peter because that person on the TV is not him. And she tells Johnny and Bobby to forget her no heroes thing and get out there and stop whoever it was that stole Peter's identity. Chameleon continues his crime spree and is in the middle of robbing an armored truck when he pops more MGH to really get himself going. And Iceman and Human Torch arrive and demand to know what this freak did with the real Peter Parker. Chameleon stares at him and realizes that these are the kids that he saw at the Parker place, and Johnny demands that he take the mask off. So Chameleon tries a Hail Mary. He takes the mask off and tells them that it is Peter, and that they can take enough for everyone. He's just sick of being Spider-Man and getting nothing out of it. But the boys don't buy it, so the Chameleon opens fire with an AK and an Uzi that he got from somewhere. The heroes block the bullets, and the Chameleon shoots fucking electricity out of his hands, because I guess that's a thing he can just do, you know? Like a normal chameleon. He blasts Johnny to the ground and goes after Bobby, but Bobby is tossed aside. The chameleon races away as Bobby checks on Johnny before going after the phony Peter Parker, but loses him. And in a warehouse, Camelette and Peter watch as Jonah's body leaks blood onto the dark floor. She tells him that he's way too young to deal with adult situations like this and wonders about all this shit that he's seen as Spider-Man. Peter asks what they want from him, and she explains that while her brother has been running around the city and ruining Peter and Spider-Man's lives, she did some digging and found out that Spider-Man has some very influential and powerful friends, and she wants all the dirt. The drug Peter tells her that she isn't getting jack or shit, and she tells him to take his sweet time because her brother is living in his house with his friends and his family and his little blonde girlfriend. All the people that Peter must care quite a lot about if he's kept his identity secret for so long. Peter screams and tries to break free, and she pistol whips him in the head, and tires squeal and something crashes into the building outside. Chameleon rockets through the doors and demands that they just kill Parker and get moving quick. The siblings argue and Chameleon prepares to execute Peter when he rips himself out of the restraints and clocks Chameleon, only to be blasted by electricity as the building rumbles and becomes totally encased in ice. The Chameleons panic and try to break out when Chameleon plummets into a chasm. Johnny Storm explodes into the room and demands to know what they did to his best friend, or else he'll burn Chameleon to a crisp, just like he did to the woman. And then he begins burning all of the oxygen out of the air around the Chameleon and suffocates him. And Bobby appears with the frozen Chameleon and finds Peter on the ground. They help him up, and Peter runs over to Jonah with Johnny, and he checks his pulse and discovers he's somehow still alive. Johnny soars up to the sky out above the abandoned Roxxon Dock warehouse with Jonah in hand, as Peter and Bobby look at the chameleons. Bobby wonders if they're like mutants or aliens or something, and Peter says that they're probably mutants. And he wonders what they'd do with them, since they know all about them, and Peter asks if Bobby has his cell phone. A few hours later, after S.H.I.E.L.D. has picked everyone up and treated wounds, Peter lies in the Triskelion infirmary, and director Carol Danvers speaks with him. She wonders what on earth she's going to do with him, because while his story is vouched for, and while Nick Fury thought it was cute to have teenage superheroes like him running around, she does not think that way. She's always thought it was a nightmare just waiting to happen, and it finally did. But compared to everything else that she's having to deal with, this is child's play. But Peter keeps finding himself in trouble that Carol has to take action about. She is, however, going to let Peter go, because he has suffered more than enough. Then she leans in and legitimately speaks to him, and asks that he seriously consider putting the costume away for good. To finish high school, to go to college, to have a life and stay out of trouble. Hey, once he turns 18, then they can finally both sit down and have a lengthy discussion about what the future of Spider-Man holds. But the next time something like this goes down, she is going to force his hand in a way she can't imagine he'll appreciate. And the next morning at the Triskelion, Director Danvers meets the Chameleon in his cell and demands to know who or what it is that she's talking to. Chameleon demands his sister be brought to him, or he'll tear this building apart with all of his powers. And Carol laughs in his face and tells him that he should have thought about that before he decided to mess with their boy, Spider-Man. Chameleon turns into Danvers, and Danvers laughs again, noting that she needs to get a new haircut. Elsewhere, Peter Parker, along with Bobby and Johnny, are returned in a S.H.I.E.L.D. camo van in Queens. May races out and hugs Peter and helps him inside. Gwen just glares at him. And in a hospital in Manhattan, J. Jonah Jameson lies in bed and wakes up and mumbles, "Parker." The next day, Peter lies in his bed. May herself wonders what on earth she's going to do with Peter. She assures him that he doesn't have to go to school today and asks if he's talked to Gwen. He says no. She tells him he needs to get on that. Peter buries his head in his pillow and tells her that he's so sorry for all of this and that he should have stopped being Spider-Man years ago. And she tells him how strong he is to be able to get back up no matter how hard he's been hit, and that he should instead focus on the fact that he survived this, that he has friends who care enough about him to help like they did, and that he needs to realize he is not facing this world alone. She quotes Uncle Ben and says that the friends you have are the friends you've earned. She concludes by telling him to go speak to Gwen, because she definitely had the worst of this, and then heads out of the attic. Later that day at Midtown, Gwen walks over to MJ, stops, walks away, stops, walks back, and tells MJ that she's sorry, because it wasn't Peter. MJ tells her Johnny already told her what went down, and Gwen begins shaking and crying as MJ gets up and apologizes to her. MJ gives Gwen her seat, and Gwen sits, and then breaks down that she forced Peter to be her boyfriend, even though she knew that he loved MJ. And she pushed him to get together, and now she's just stuck in a house with him, and she feels terrible, and she just wants her dad. MJ asks if she's talked to Peter yet about this and her feelings regarding their relationship. She says no, and MJ tells her to get on that. Gwen says that because of Peter, a stranger used her, MJ, and Peter himself. But MJ assures her that it's not Peter's fault. Gwen tells Mary she is the perfect girl for Peter because she sees it that way. Gwen is too much of a glass half empty kind of girl. She then tells Mary that she and Peter are done, but MJ tries to argue that she needs to talk to him first. Instead, Gwen stands up, tells MJ that she's learned a lot, and hugs her and then leaves. Although the big effect does make it look like she whacked her head on the door. In the hospital, Jameson sits in the hospital and watches the news footage regarding Spider-Man when Ben and Robbie show up. He speaks to them succinctly and clearly, and tells them that the story going out about Spider-Man's crime spree isn't real, because Jameson was with Spider-Man when it was happening, and it was some freak posing as the web slinger and using him to do what they wanted. And Jonah knows his identity. But that is not the story they're going to be running. And J. Jonah Jameson pledges to do everything in his power to protect the secret and to protect Spider-Man from anyone who seeks to hurt him or his image. And Ben's like, wow, you really did get shot in the head? Sometime later, in Queens, Peter, Gwen, and MJ sit in class listening to their English teacher lecture when the new principal arrives with a new student named Lana Baumgartner. She's then seated beside Peter. He immediately recognizes her foul mouth. So later, Peter tells Bobby and Johnny who the new girl really is. Johnny realizes that he's also fought her before. It was when he teamed up with Spider-Woman. Hey, remember that cool plot line that could have gone somewhere? Yeah, me neither. Bobby jokingly says that he's gonna go ask her out, and Johnny tells him to stop being a little neb shit, and Peter breaks away to go speak to Lana. He introduces himself, and she immediately interrupts and walks off when he says that he knows who she really is, and calls her Bombshell. And she stops. She turns around and asks, how? Peter tells her he recognized her the moment she opened her foul fucking mouth and swearing and shit. She begs him to not tell anyone who she really is, and he asks how she isn't in jail. She reveals that her mom is in jail, but the court decided that because she was a minor and under the influence of her mom, she was sent to live with her grandma in Queens. And unbeknownst to our hero, Gwen and MJ watch him speak to the cute new girl. They wonder what that's all about, and why he's talking to her, and not either of them. And Bobby laments that Peter somehow gets every girl. Later in the computer lab, MJ reads the front page headline from the Daily Bugle. Spider-Man innocent! The Bugle exclusive! Daily Bugle publisher witness to Spider-Man's most harrowing hour. Peter sneaks into the room and sees the article, and MJ assures him Jonah didn't reveal anything, but made sure everyone knows that he knows. She asks if it's all true, what is in the article, and Peter tells her that, yeah, it is. She laughs that it's only a matter of time before the whole world find out who Spider-Man is. Peter smirks and tells her that he's so sorry for what happened the other day and for not coming to apologize sooner. Mary says it wasn't his fault. Peter tells her that he's upset that she had to deal with it. She asks if he's talked to Gwen yet, and Peter tells her he's going in the order of who will be the nicest to him. And MJ reminds him that Gwen got the hardest. He apologizes once more, and she tries to lighten the mood by saying that Peter did tell her to see other people. Then she takes a deep breath and tells Peter that she thinks the chameleon didn't hit on her just to hit on her, or that was like their master plan or something. She thinks that he realized how much she loves Peter and just kind of went for it. Wow, did she go back and read the chameleon's narration boxes or something? She assures him that nothing happened because she could sense that something was off, and then packs her things before she says anything else too embarrassing about how she thought it was too good to be true, and that Peter had actually come back to her, and tells Peter to go find his girlfriend, and then leaves. And elsewhere at the Parker Stacy Storm Drake residence, no one's home, except for Gwen Stacy, who packs up her belongings, her money, her phone, and leaves. And that afternoon, Peter returns home, finds May in Gwen's bedroom, holding the note that was left behind. A few days later, Spider-Man is interrupted in his web swinging for the search of Gwen Stacy by none other than the Ringer, who was in the midst of robbing the Diamond District. And he quickly does in with the Ringer, following a large swath of destruction, and onlookers screaming obscenities at him. Later that day, Carol Danvers eats lunch with Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, and Thor as she discusses the Spider-Man problem. Because unlike her predecessor, Nick Fury, she really does not care about letting a super kid running around New York. It has evolved too far to let it keep happening. She hates how loose and improvisational Fury's style of leadership was. But with Spider-Man getting sloppy, for lack of better words, and totally ruining his public image that S.H.I.E.L.D. vouched for in the past, she's called the collective, the Trinity, if you will, to ask what she should do with him. Tony brings up one of the proper Spider-Man team-ups that he had last year. He was at a press conference opening for a new museum exhibit at the New York Hall of Science in Queens, and as he was interviewed on the televised opening, he spotted someone in the crowd and performed a ocular pat-down. And Whiplash revealed himself. And Whiplash reveals himself. Stark's bodyguards go into action, but Tony pushes them out of the way and uses his palm repulsor blaster, but it reflects off Whiplash. Then Spider-Man swings onto the scene and kicks Whiplash. Whiplash launches him away and turns his attention back to Stark. Tony is blasted out of the hall and into the parking lot where he lands on a limo. As Whiplash is about to kill him, Spider-Man leaps in the way, wearing part of a suit of Iron Man armor. The energy from Whiplash is redirected into his body, and he crumbles to the ground. Tony thanked Peter for the help and asks how he knew to do that. Peter goes off on a ramble about how he's familiar with a Stark's Mark 9 suit, and that it's built with a specific Stark Tech energy fluctuation shield because he read the papers that Stark wrote on it. Danvers interrupts and asks how this is in any way related to what they're discussing, and if Tony truly believes that Peter Parker is smart because he's a fan of his. Tony points out that not even Danvers knows what his Stark Tech device is. No one except for Tony and the 5 others that worked on it, and Peter Parker, a 17-year-old high school student in long johns with a picture of a spider on them, know what it is. And not only did he know what it is, he understood how it works and was brave enough to use it. Steve, however, has a different way of looking at things. A few months ago, AIM performed a robbery on the Triskelion while it was still in renovation following the Ultimatum tidal wave. Captain America and a S.H.I.E.L.D. unit gave chase, but the Techno-Cult got the better of them and downed their chopper, but it was saved in the nick of time by Spider-Man. Cap then gave chase to the AIM agents until they, too, were caught in a massive web. Until one of them used their baton to erupt the molecules within the webbing, blasting out wildly through the city blocks. Cap and Spidey fought the AIM agents, with Spidey accidentally webbing Captain America, causing him to get hit into a car, which then exploded. As Spidey dealt with the final AIM agent, Steve then rocketed from the blast into Peter, and they both became stuck in the web. And it was very embarrassing. In the present, Steve concludes that there is a reason that the military doesn't accept kids, and he understands that Peter means well, but there is a fine line between stupidity and bravery, and he is running along that edge. Tony interrupts that Spider-Man stopped a helicopter from crashing in downtown Manhattan, and Danvers stops them from arguing and brings Thor into this. Thor recounts an experience a few years ago at the Natural History Museum. A massive exhibit on Norse mythology had been set up with various Asgardian relics. Peter Parker and his friend Gwen Stacy just so happened to be there as the evil magician Xandu stole the lost eye of Avalon and was possessed by the power of Mangog. Peter quickly gets into costume and fights the massive beast as it explodes out of the building, and he gets his spider ass kicked when Thor shows up and cracooms Mangog, reverting him back into human form. Spider-Man then fanboys out as Thor tells him he's quite funny and brave. Thor concludes his pitch that in Asgard, children are trained to become warriors far younger than when Peter Parker became Spider-Man. He believes that Spider-Man has already passed the test and more than enough proven himself, steeled his heart for battle, but he does need guidance. Tony agrees, but Steve argues that this ain't Asgard, baby. Tony snidely remarks that it's a good thing no one told Steve he was too young or too weak and frail to be a soldier. And he does agree with Thor that Peter needs some training, and Danvers listens. A few days later, Peter and Johnny and Bobby walk home from the bus stop and talk about Gwen. Well, Johnny and Peter try to, but Bobby's too obsessed with the hot, bald chick at school, and the conversation kind of just changes into that. The boys round the corner in Forest Hills and find a swarm of S.H.I.E.L.D. vans parked in front of their house. They worry that they're here to arrest Bobby Drake, a mutant, and Peter tells them to hold off and he'll go see what the deal is. He walks inside and finds director Carol Danvers having tea with Aunt May. They invite him to take a seat, and May tells him not to worry because this is actually something good for once. Danvers goes on to explain that she and his aunt have decided to help him. From now on, until Carol says that Peter has graduated and is ready, Peter Parker will be required to attend after-school superhero training, and he'll be mentored by a handful of official superhero volunteers from the community, and they will guide him, teach him, and even take him on assignments to better him. Peter is in shock, and Danvers tells him that she knows he has always wanted to be on the Ultimates, and this is a surefire step to that path. Flashback time! 2 months ago, Black Cat sat overlooking the city of New York City. Specifically, she was overlooking Fisk Tower with a high-powered sniper rifle because she got word that Fisk was back in town. Finally, he appeared in the window of his office, and as she lined up the shot, he was blasted out of the window and plummeted to his death. She watches as Mysterio steps out and looks down into the street, and then she escapes into the night. A few weeks after that, Felicia returned to Fisk Tower after the police had their way with the place. She zips lines across the buildings and into the office and begins her mission. She scans the room, discovers a safe behind the large Triumph of Death painting hanging upon the wall, removes it, and finds a massive safe door. She equips a breathing mask and begins laser cutting her way inside. She then uses high-tech magnetic hand slips to extract the bulk and prepare to climb inside when Mysterio appears. He's very happy that she recognizes him as the Great Mysterio, and Black Cat thanks him for killing Fisk. And Mysterio pretends to not know who Black Cat is, which is far funnier in hindsight because it is revealed that this is just 616 Mysterio masquerading around in Earth 1610 using an android body. Felicia says that she can take her score and that he can have what's left inside. However, Mysterio draws his weird-looking gun and says that that's not happening. She tells him that he would have killed her already if he wanted to do that and asks what it is he wants. Mysterio reveals that he's working on something big, and he likes her talents. And she says that if he lets her take what she wants from the safe, she'll consider working for him. Mysterio decides otherwise and pulls the trigger of the gun. But it jams and fizzles out because of Black Cat's good luck powers. And she kicks him across the room. Mysterio blasts her and Felicia barely escapes out of the window and swings away on the zipline. He watches her from Fisk Tower, considers going after her, but instead heads back to the safe, eager to find what was so important to her. And back in the present, a few days after Danvers' meeting with the Parkers, Peter, Bobby, and Johnny sit in the Midtown cafeteria. Peter laments staying in school when he should be out there and looking for Gwen. Johnny assures him that she's the toughest girl he's ever met and she's gonna be fine. He's not worried about her. And you can't really force her to come back if she doesn't want to. Peter asks what the hell happened to Johnny's storm that he's speaking so poignantly as they listen to Johnny ramble on in a surprisingly cohesive, emotional, and thoughtful way. Then Lana Baumgartner rocks up and asks if she can sit with them or if this is one of those sausage fest women-hating clubs. No, the Snyder Bros are on the other side of the campus. Peter invites her to take a seat and Johnny and Bobby are immediately smitten by her. Both because she's pretty, how she's dressed, and because she can conjure explosions. And that's pretty cool. She asks Peter if he told them about her. He tells her, hell yeah, he did. And she asks that he doesn't tell anyone else because she just wants to fucking go to school and stay the fucking hell out of fucking trouble, for Christ's sake. Bobby asks her out, much to everyone's chagrin. Meanwhile, a few miles away in Forest Hills, May prepares to head out when she gives Gwen another call. No one picks up, and she leaves another message asking that Gwen please return her call, to please come home. And then someone taps on the glass, and May panics. She rolls the window down and finds Gwen. Gwen asks what she's doing. May explodes out of the door and hugs her tight enough to ensure that she can't get away again. She chastises Gwen for what she did, and Gwen apologizes for freaking out and leaving. And then she reveals that she went to find her mom. She thought the universe was giving her some kind of sign that she should try with everything that happened here. But her mom had found a new guy who already had kids. And she's turned around and become an actually better mother to them than she ever was to Gwen. And her mom didn't want anything to do with her. May hugs her even more, and May assures her that everything's gonna be all right, and that she should probably sit down and talk to Peter when he gets home. Then Iron Man appears in his MCU armor for some reason, because they just decided to change the Ultimate version to that, and tells them that he's here to pick up Peter Parker for his after-school superhero training. And May freaks out that Iron Man is hovering over their fucking lawn, and the fact that Peter doesn't get out of school for hours. Tony is 100% drunk, right? Tony looks around, realizes that the neighbors are crowding, and boosts the armor speakers when he thanks the kind citizens for giving him directions, and rockets away. And Gwen asks what the fuck that's all about. Hey, flashback time. 1 week ago, Felicia scours her way through one of Mysterio's abandoned safe houses, sneaking past the very few police presence that they still have watching the place, and uses her scanner to find a case hidden in the ground. She laser cuts it free, and inside discovers the remnants of Fisk's safe. Money, ornate jewelry, a white bag, inside of which, the Zodiac Key. She gazes over it as Mysterio materializes behind her. He demands that she hand it over. She asks if he even knows how to use it, because she does. And the building erupts in bright white light. The police tasked with watching the place for any sign of activity race inside to find nothing. Back in the present, that afternoon, the boys arrive back home and find Gwen Stacy. Johnny and Bobby run up in excitement and welcome her back. May speaks with Bobby and Johnny and brings them to the side as Peter and Gwen head upstairs to speak to one another. They get to her room and Peter tells her it killed him when she left, and that he's so sorry for not being able to find the courage to speak to her after what happened because he didn't know what to say or how to say it. That he was so scared when she left that he thought it was for good. But he understands that she has every right to be mad at him. Then he's interrupted as he takes a breath, and Gwen says that she's not mad anymore, and that she does love him, but they're done. She's still worried that she forced him into dating her in the first place, and realizes that they just can't anymore. They shouldn't. Peter tries to tell her that that's not what happened. But Gwen continues that she wants things to just be back to how they were before. She wants to be in his life and be one of his best friends. And she asks that when he and MJ inevitably get back together, to try not to go all PDA in front of her, at least for now. Peter again assures her that she didn't force him to do anything. And he grabs her hands and tells her that he dated her because he likes her. She's the coolest girl that he's ever met. She's hot, she's awesome, and smart, and she's just gonna have to live with that. She smiles because that's the first time he's ever called her hot. He figured that she already knew. She laughs and says that now she wants to date him again, and then relents because it's better not to since they have to live together and everything. And then they hug. And Peter's phone goes off. And Tony Stark tells Peter to meet him at the Stark International headquarters. Flashback time! Many years ago, Wilson Fisk arrives in Cairo. He and his hired entourage head into a small home on the outskirts, where they find a man with the Zodiac Key in hand. He emerges with a small handgun and orders Fisk's men to stand down or the deal is off. Fisk listens, and the man, Yasif, steps out and is given his money. Then he hands over the Zodiac Key. Fisk asks how it works, and Yasif tells him that the device is said to honor the requests of its holder, but at a price. And then a wave of energy erupts in a torrent around Wilson Fisk, and everyone is destroyed. Fisk looks around in horror and quietly says that no one can ever have this, and flees. Back in the present, Spidey arrives at Stark International and finds Iron Man. Peter compliments the new armor, and Tony asks if he's officially ready to learn how to be a superhero now. Then Tony asks that he hit him as hard as he can, and Spidey asks if he has, any actual plan on how to train him or something. Tony removes his helmet and admits that no, he absolutely does not. His girlfriend is the one who's making him do this. His girlfriend currently being Carol Danvers, a fact that Peter immediately puts together and is very off-put by. Peter asks if Tony seriously has nothing, profound to teach him or anything philosophical to drop on his growing mind. Tony says that he voted to leave Peter alone because he thought he was doing just fine as Spider-Man. Peter thanks him and asks what the vote was for, and who thinks he's a bad hero? Then Tony leads him inside. Meanwhile, Felicia Hardy returns to her apartment, removes her wig and mask, and once again overlooks the Zodiac Key. Then Mysterio's voice emerges from behind her, asking how much she wants for it, and he materializes onto a beanbag. He tells her that he did some research of his own, and found out about her past with the Kingpin, and apologizes for taking his death away from her. Then he gets to the point. She has no use for the key. She's not trying to gain power, not like he is. She just wants it because it's something that Fisk safeguarded, something that led to the death of her father. And then he leans in and asks again what she wants for it. Felicia smirks and asks how he does that with his head, then notes that she wants him to go away, and a bright flash of light erupts, and Mysterio is gone. And she looks on in shock. Mysterio reappears behind her and tells her to stop using the key like a toy. She asks what this thing really is. And Mysterio gives her a rundown. It's some kind of ancient alien technology device that was gifted to the pharaohs that Kingpin eventually came into possession of and held on to it for decades. She asks how Mysterio knows all this, who he really is. And he cuts her off, again asking what she wants for the Zodiac Key. She asks, finally, what he wants with it. And Mysterio simply says he's going to rearrange things and make it all better. Then he notes that the price of using the key is more than someone like her is willing to spend. And across town, Tony leads Peter through his Hall of Armors and a life-sized Bender statue, and Peter is geeking out. Tony tells him not to touch anything as Peter inspects a suit that he's working on and thanks him for showing him this, noting that it truly is inspiring. Tony smiles and says that he appreciates Peter's interest. Then Peter asks why the other superheroes hate him. Tony sighs and says that they don't hate him, they just think he's a spaz. Then he puts his hand on Peter's shoulder and says that people like them have to take responsibility for their actions. Then the robotic AI form of Jarvis alerts Tony that there is a code white in Soho. A massive hologram of the city erupts around them, and Tony orders Jarvis to connect the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and continue monitoring the occurrence. Peter asks what that's about, and Tony says he is not sure. And then they watch as a massive eruption blasts out of Soho. Jarvis alerts Tony that an alpha-level energy surge just went off, and Tony suits up and tells Peter that they need to get going. And in Soho, Felicia Hardy stands upon ground zero, looking on in horror. Mysterio demands to know what she just did. She cries out that she was trying to get rid of him, and she falls to the ground, and he screams for her to hand over the Zodiac Key. And as he does, Iron Man and Spider-Man arrive. Mysterio holds the key aloft, and a massive beam of energy erupts into the sky. Elsewhere, in the slight past, MJ walks to the Parker house when Gwen walks out, and they find each other. They talk, and Gwen tells Mary that she and Peter are not getting back together, and that they're going back to be just friends. MJ asks if Peter's home, and Gwen tells her about the whole superhero training with Iron Man thing. Then the eruption from Soho fires into the sky. Back in Soho, Iron Man and Spider-Man battle Mysterio in the ruins. Iron Man tells Spidey that he just unloaded on Mysterio with his full power and nothing happened, and that Peter needs to get out of here. But Spidey doesn't listen and starts web-slinging. Mysterio shoots at him with the Zodiac Key but misses, and the beam grazes Tony and destroys his armor and sends him plummeting into rubble. Spider-Man is able to capture the Zodiac Key from Mysterio, and Felicia runs over and screams for him to put it down because the entire city could be destroyed. And then Mysterio whips out a gun and puts it to Spider-Man's head and demands the key. But Felicia sucker kicks Mysterio, and Spidey subdues them both and keeps the key in hand. With the villains picking themselves back up, he demands that everyone just stay calm and that he wants to know what is happening and what this Kingdom Hearts looking relic is. Then the key begins to glow and a vortex opens in the sky above them, and Peter stares at it, energy ruminating in his eyes, and asks it to please stop. And the vortex disappears and everything lands to the ground, and then he drops the key. And Mysterio pops back up with his gun. Then Tony Stark erupts from behind him, grappling Mysterio and shoving his fist down his neck hole until he rips out the mechanical device powering the android body. Peter asks how Tony knew he wasn't a mutant, and Tony notes that he recognized the obscure technology that the body was made out of, and shows it to Peter as he explains that this whole time, Mysterio was just a remote-controlled android puppet. Unfortunately, he can't track the signal, and by the time he can, the real Mysterio will no doubt have relocated. Felicia walks over. Tony asks Spidey if she's single, and Felicia tells him that they have to trust her, that the Zodiac Key is far too dangerous, and she was trying to undo everything Fisk had done with it when this happened. Tony uses his remaining armor to generate a force field around the key and prepares to take off to the Triskelion. Notes that he is, like usual, very impressed with Spider-Man. And he tells Peter that when he thinks that he's ready to come work at Stark Industries. And Peter's left with Felicia in the ruins, and she apologizes for what happened as Spidey starts climbing into the rubble in search of survivors. He asks if she's gonna help. And sometime later, Spider-Man and Black Cat work on rounding up nearby survivors as S.H.I.E.L.D. relief efforts arrive.
Peter?
Sorry. I'm so sorry, MJ.
What's going on? Did something happen?
It's been quite a night.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
What happened?
Tonight was bad.
You've been in bad places before.
This was just so much worse.
Hey. Come on in.
When you fall hard. But it will break this steel heart. They all got scars, just like ours. I know that final tear has fallen. We fell apart, down in the dark. I know that final tear has fallen, falling down.
Released in 2011, written by Brian Michael Bendis with art by Chris Samney and Mark Bagley. This is The Death of Spider-Man. And this book takes place about a month after the previous stories that we covered, the final months of Spider-Man, the last video. Go check that out if you haven't already to catch up. Meaning that we are officially in Peter Parker's final month of high school. May, I guess, about May. And he is ready to look towards the future of college. Unfortunately, Peter is now stuck in the present, at his dead-end job at Burger Frog. But not for long, because he's fired by his manager for constantly calling out or showing up late. Peter marches off since he can't really tell his manager that he's Spider-Man. He wonders what he's gonna do now that he's about to, enter college and he seriously needs some dosh. Then his phone rings from an unknown number. Peter picks it up and is greeted by J. Jonah Jameson, who informs him that they need to talk. So later in the afternoon, Spider-Man swings across the city, panicking over what's gonna happen, and he arrives at the new headquarters of the Daily Bugle news site, the Flatiron Building. He de-spiders and heads up to the waiting room and watches the frantic bullpen, reminiscing over the good times and all of those hours that he once spent in the old Bugle building. And he overhears Robbie and Ben argue with Jonah, the constant movement and typing and stories that are being told. Ben then walks past and tells Peter that he looks good with the haircut. Peter tries to talk to Ben like old times, but Ben just keeps walking. Peter sits back and thinks about how totally moved on everyone is now, and wonders if this is going to happen to his friends at Midtown after they all graduate. Then he sees Jonah in his office, and he motions for Peter to come over.
So, you're probably wondering why I called you here.
Yeah.
Well, why do you think I called you here, if you had to guess?
I would rather that you just tell me.
I'm just curious about your guess.
I think I might be able to whittle it down? Why do you need me to guess?
I was just curious about what kind of person that you think I am.
I guess. You're a very complicated person.
Good answer. I called you here because you and I have, for lack of a better word, shared a life experience together. I should be dead. The doctor said 3 centimeters to the left and I would be.
Wow.
Exactly. And that brings me to you. There's something between us, you and I. You baffle me. I've been in the center of the city my entire life. I've met drug dealers and kings and everything in between. But I have never met anyone like you. You're Spider-Man. And I think that you realize that if I was gonna out you, I would have done it by now. But I'm not.
Thank you.
And I thought about it. Oh, I thought about it. It would sell me more papers, bring more business to this website than any other story on the planet. But it seems I would cut off my own hand before I would ever do that to you, Peter.
Thank you again.
But I feel that that is not enough. I have to do something for you. I have to make it up to you. So today, I am your genie in a bottle. What can I do for you?
Mr. Jameson, no, you don't. You don't have to do anything for me.
You're not listening to me. I do.
Can I have my job back?
Your job working on my website for a few bucks an hour?
I mean, I'm trying to save for college, and it's kinda hard keeping a job.
Why are you going to college?
Because I want to?
I mean, why are you going to college? With everything you can do, what do you need college for?
Well, it might surprise you, but all the things I can do, it doesn't exactly pay the bills. Ever. And even if it could, that's not the point.
Fine, college it is. I'll pay for your college.
What? No. I wasn't even hitting at that. That's not what I meant.
I am a very rich man, Peter, and I wouldn't even notice that it was happening.
I would. I want to pay my way through it on my own.
You want to pay your own way, huh? But you don't want to use the powers to do it?
Yeah?
Fine. If you want your job back, you can have it. I'll get you a bump in pay, and I will be putting money into a scholarship for you, whether you like it or not.
I just need a job.
I told you. I need to be a part of this. It's not enough.
Well, then I guess I need a job that, for some reason, I can't make it in, because I don't want to get fired. How about that?
That I can do.
Thank you. I won't take advantage of it, but it's been a thing
Stop. It's done. You don't have to sell it. In fact, I'll make you a deal. I'll let you go do whatever you do. You give me the story.
I give you the story?
You save the world, you tell me about it. Spider-Man exclusive. I will quote you warmly and accurately. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. This I like. I think we understand each other, Peter. It took a long while, but I think that we really understand each other. Welcome back to the Daily Bugle, son. Now get the hell out of my office! I'm trying to run a paper.
Boom!
Let's go like we practiced.
On it.
Woohoo! Booyah!
Huh?
What is that? I got it.
Idiots.
Hey, is this the line for I want to be a loser who gets punched in the face? Well, it is now. Ba-doom-tsh. Kitty? Kitty. Please, come on. Come on. We're friends. Kitty, please. Please. Kitty?
I freaked out.
No, I'm kidding.
Don't make fun. This is hard.
I'm not.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm a mutant in a mutant-hating world.
Not the entire world.
Well, enough of the world.
Sure.
What am I supposed to do? I'm on the run.
Hey, I like the new look.
Yeah, I know. I'm such a goth cliche.
No, I like it. Well, we kicked those guys' tukuses.
Yeah.
And you're getting stronger.
Well, that's the good thing about being mad at the world. There's always some fool looking for a beating. There's always someone to take it out on.
I'm so glad you haven't gone bad.
Bad?
Evil?
Evil.
You know what I mean.
I'm mad. I'm not crazy. And I have a right to be mad.
Yeah, but not at me. Not at your friends.
I know.
Where's Kong? Where's your boyfriend?
I thought you knew.
No.
The dude ran back to his mom and then they freaked out and moved to Wisconsin.
Wisconsin?
Yeah, it seems it's a real place after all.
You broke up?
Well, yeah. He went to Wisconsin.
I thought you guys were gonna be like the Bonnie and Clyde of... I don't know.
He bailed completely.
Oh, I liked him.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I'm really glad you're okay.
I'm not okay. I'm just here.
Come on. Come inside with me. Just for dinner. Bobby and Johnny and everyone are gonna be so happy to see you. Just relieved.
Ugh, this is going to be so painful.
No, it's really not.
So, what's going on with you?
Oh, long story.
Now, how long?
You got about 10 years. Surprise!
The walls were white.
Happy birthday, Tiger.
What is with you and this tiger thing?
I like saying tiger.
That's right! It's Peter's 18th birthday! Everyone is here. May, Ben Grimm, and Sue Storm, Johnny, Bobby, Gwen, and Mary Jane. Everyone celebrates not only Peter's arrival, but Kitty's as well. Peter breaks off after greeting everyone and finds his way over to Mary. She gives him a present. It was dropped off earlier from Tony Stark. And she reveals that May had the gall to call billionaire industrialist and superhero Tony Stark to invite him to Peter's 18th birthday. But since he couldn't make it, he sent this. Brand new, state-of-the-art, redesigned web shooters. And Peter freaks out over how cool this is, and MJ smiles over his infatuation. And Peter looks up and tells her how much he loves her. And they kiss. The next day, Peter takes MJ out to eat at a diner after school on a nice Friday afternoon, and he catches her up on everything that happened to him and Jonah at the Bugle. She is in awe that Jonah had such a turn of heart. And then his phone goes off. He doesn't recognize the weird number with a lot of zeros, and they figure it's a scam call, so Peter doesn't answer. Then it goes off again, and Peter sighs and picks it up, and Steve Rogers tells him to look out the window. Then he tells Peter to get suited up and meet him at 1st Cavalry Forest Hills Cemetery in 15 minutes for his superhero training. Peter tells MJ that he has to go, and they kiss, express their love for each other, and he takes off. Elsewhere, at a S.H.I.E.L.D. substation that was for the Triskelion and secure holding facilities on Hoffman Island, Norman Osborn sits in confinement. He's back. Because as we've established, he is basically a horror movie villain. He's met by Dr. Leonard Sampson, a psychiatrist of sorts, and Norman tells him to tell the blonde in charge that if she wants his soul, it's gonna cost her. He wants privileges. And back at the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ at Stark International, Carol watches from her command center and tells Sampson to just give it up and orders that they lock down the facility and let Osborn rot away. Then she speaks over the intercom and tells Norman to go to hell, and he smiles as his eyes begin burning, and then flames erupt around him as the facility is destroyed, and he transforms into the Goblin. Danvers demands to know how the fuck he did that, since all of their testing showed that he no longer has any Oz formula in his system. She orders a full code red lockdown as the Goblin lumbers over Samson and the shield guards and scorches them into nothing, then demolishes his way through the holding facility and into the burning ruins, where he finds his Sinister Six: Electro, Kraven, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, and the Vulture. Norman blasts out of the building, followed by the others, and Electro reveals that he can fly them off of the island. And then Electro supercharges and short-circuits the entire substation, taking down the power grid of the area as well, and shortly after, they take off into the sky.
Life and death. I don't think you've considered it in a real way. And if you have, I see no evidence of it. You need to know that soldiers, like you, have faced life and death for this country since before there was a country. And I know you may not see yourself as a soldier, but you are, son. But, and this drives me insane, you don't fight smart. You don't fight like your life depends on it. And you don't fight like the lives of others depend on it. You act like a teenager who doesn't think his day will ever come. And that, I'm sorry, makes you a fool. And this next part, you're not going to be too happy to hear.
You're gonna say something more insulting. Cap goes on to explain that when director Danvers came to he, Tony, and Thor about what she should do about Spider-Man, Cap was the only one who did not give the thumbs up. But that won't stop him from trying to teach Peter how to be smart and courageous and not an immature fool, manically twisting and jumping around the city, getting people into trouble. Cap is going to show him how to actually save people. And more importantly, himself. Unfortunately, before he can do any of those things, he's radioed in about a priority situation involving an attack on the Stark International headquarters involving Fury and his merry band of Black Ops Avengers. Check out my video on the Ultimates versus the Avengers, out now. Also, there's the whole prison break thing that's now going on, too. Cap tells Peter that he has an emergency to take care of, and that Peter is not ready for something like this. Then he mounts his motorcycle, tells Peter Parker to go home, and speeds off. And Peter waits, and then begins to follow Steve into the city. In the deep center of Manhattan, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrive at the downed chopper in Bryant Park and secure the area as Ben Urich films the scene and contacts Jonah because he is an eyewitness on Norman Osborn escaping from prison and crashing a helicopter into New York City. And now they have video proof that Osborn is still alive. Not long after, as the sun continues to fall, the Sinister Six escape cleanly to a penthouse. Norman explains that everyone needs to power down or else they're going to be tracked by S.H.I.E.L.D., and Electro immediately goes to the TV and checks on the news, and the group discover that there's some big superhero fight going down on the Queensboro Bridge. Norman smiles and notes that this is the perfect chain of events, because this will definitely take S.H.I.E.L.D's main attention away from them, and he thanks God for helping them. Because Norman has found religion in the past year or something. Actually, he probably sees himself as Abraham, if anything. You know, since he had the balls to actually kill his son. And he tells the Sinister Six that this is all God's will, to allow them to smite their enemies and kill Peter Parker. And Otto watches on in worry. Then he steps forward and says that while he appreciates the help escaping, he's done. He's not living like this anymore. He's not a supervillain anymore. He can't bring himself to keep doing what Norman wants to accomplish. He wants to think about the long term, and he absolutely refuses to help him kill Peter Parker. He tries to convince Norman that Peter, Spider-Man, is their greatest achievement. And that Otto has now accepted that, and takes pride in it, and who Peter Parker has become. Then Norman shifts into the Goblin and launches Otto out of the penthouse window. Otto uses his ferrokinesis to catch himself and forms massive tentacles and cries out as Norman dives after him, and the two fight through the streets. Meanwhile, the sun has all but disappeared, and Peter tries to find Cap after losing him near the Stark International building. His phone rings, and he gets it out of his backpack and answers Mary Jane's call. She asks if he saw the news, and informs him that Norman Osborn has escaped along with all of the villains. She breaks down in absolute panic that they're going to come after him and May and Gwen and her and everyone that Peter knows. Peter stares back at the fight that's still breaking out between the Ultimates and the Avengers, and then breaks away back into Queens. He moves through Forest Hills faster than he ever has in his life and finds May and Gwen watching TV and ordering pizza. Peter rushes inside and tells them that they need to go because Norman Osborn is still alive and he escaped from prison, and they are no doubt trying to make their way here. Gwen complains that she knew something like this would happen, and she told him it would eventually as she and May get dressed and prepare their go bags. Peter asks where Bobby and Johnny are, and May reveals that they had gone out with 2 girls earlier, and Gwen tells him that they're superheroes who can actually handle themselves. May tries to convince Peter to come with them, but he refuses. He needs to make sure that this is taken care of. He needs to be a hero, to be courageous and try to be smart about all of this, and think about how to keep others' lives safe. And May begins to tear up as she hugs her nephew, followed by Gwen. And she tells Peter not to be stupid and to kick the Goblin's ass and just get this over with. And they head out to the car, and Peter swings back across Queens for New York.
We created Spider-Man. We? And you think I'm out of my mind?
Norman, stop this. Stop. Norman.
All that I've done for you, and you want to bail on me. Now, all I've done for you.
I won't let you hurt him.
Yeah.
Peter arrives back at the Queensboro Bridge as he speaks to MJ over the phone. She tells him that she just watched the live news broadcast of Norman Osborn murdering Otto Octavius on television. Then she notes that the Ultimates are still fighting some group at the Queensboro Bridge, and things are getting bad there. And Peter swings overhead as smoke billows up from the firefight below him. He rushes into the city and finds the wreckage of the fight and the burnt corpse of Dr. Otto Octavius. Spider-Man looks around as the bystanders freak out and ask what is happening. He asks if they saw where the Goblin came from, and they all point up to the penthouse and cheer him on as he swings off into the night. Peter arrives to find the still smoking ruins of the penthouse and no sign of the escapees. But he does come across the still active television, reporting the destructive battle between the Ultimates, S.H.I.E.L.D., and an unknown group that is rocking eastern Manhattan and the Queensboro Bridge. Peter lunges out of the building and heads back for Queens once again. He arrives just in time to spot the Punisher, setting up with a rifle atop the bridge. And he sees Frank take aim for Captain America. And he pulls the trigger right as Spider-Man dives down and tackles Cap out of the way and takes the bullet clean through his abdomen. Meanwhile, the Vulture leads the remaining members of the Six to the workshop of Dr. Samuel Stearns, aka the Tinkerer. I guess after Fury was dispatched from the world and arrested by the Squadron, he escaped out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s thumb or something and took over some more freelance work because he's currently working on the Beatles suit. Tinkerer tells him that he can't help him if they don't pay him, especially after the Vulture led S.H.I.E.L.D. right to him last time. Then the Goblin emerges and demands that his men are given what they want. And Stearns relents and tells them to take what they need. Meanwhile, Spidey comes to in the wreckage of the Queensboro Bridge after War Machine unleashed a barrage down upon them. He bleeds from his abdomen and down his legs and pushes himself up through a soaking suit, looking around in a daze. He carefully uses the new Stark Tech web shooters to shield and cover his wounds, and then he sees the villains soaring overhead, heading for Forest Hills. He watches them continue through the night sky, takes a deep breath, and painfully propels himself after them. Not long after, Johnny Storm and Bobby Drake walk through Forest Hills from their night out. Bobby laments, sticking with the cover story of Peter's cousins because he misses being a superhero, and also they didn't have a good time with the two girls that they took out on a date. Johnny tells him that they need that kind of stability after everything that's happened, and reminds him that he only has a year left of high school. Bobby tells Johnny it's easy for him to say since he's graduating in a few weeks. And they continue this little back and forth, and Johnny tells him that this little tantrum that Bobby's throwing isn't about the school or normal life. It's about Bobby striking out on their double date. Bobby tells him that's not true, but if the girl knew that he was a world-famous superhero named Iceman, things definitely would have gone differently. And it's such a shame that we never really got a miniseries or something following these two in this era of their lives. I would have loved to have seen what they're doing off-screen. And they head into a dark house to find no one. They look around and then discover a note in the kitchen. And all it reads in May's hurried writing is, "Get to a safe place, call as soon as you can, why isn't your phone on?" They wonder what is going on. And then they head back outside. Hey, can I help you? Is that him?
It's not his scent, but it's here. It's his house.
No, that's not him. What is this?
What's going on here, guys?
Peter Parker. Get him out here. Now.
Or here's a better idea. You get the hell out of here, or else you'll be painting your eyebrows back on.
A freaking Human Torch?
I got this.
Johnny? Johnny! Jeez! What the hell is this? A halfway house for super kids?
I don't get it. Is this the right place or not?
Only one way to find out.
Authorities are gonna be here soon. Wait. Son of a...
Okay, who's next?
As Norman Osborn, Johnny Storm, and Bobby Drake lie unconscious, an unmasked Peter Parker, Spider-Man, stands before the 5 villains. He tells them that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Ultimates are right behind him, and if they know what's good for him, they'll all surrender right now. Electro calls it bullshit and notices Peter's wounds, and then they all attack. Peter kicks open a fire hydrant and funnels it against the villains, causing Electro to erupt, and everyone gets electrocuted. Peter then webs Electro, pulls him over, clocks him in the jaw, and he lands in the road unconscious as Peter falls over in pain, coughing wildly.
Okay, that's all I got. Could someone call 911? I'm not doing so good here. I kinda got shot. Oh, come on.
Hey, bitch!
Everyone run! Go!
Are you okay, May?
No, Gwen, I am not. Damn it! I'm running away and letting my little boy fight a fight he never should have been involved in.
He'll be okay. He's always okay.
Oh, Ben, what do I do? Hello?
Hello, May. It's Doris. You're not home, are you?
No, what happened?
I don't know. It's Peter. I think he's Spider-Man. Hey, I don't know how to say this. They're killing him.
Okay, this is all I got. Where the hell are the police, the Ultimates, anybody, the Teen Titans, anyone?
What did you do?
Oh, there's only so much shit that I'm taking from a teenager who doesn't know he died 10 minutes ago. If Osborn's down for the count, he's mine. I want to see his fucking face when it happens. I want to see it.
Electro. I always meant to tell you. You were my greatest adversary, and it was an honor to battle you. Oh wait, that wasn't you. I barely gave you a second thought!
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that, you mother...
Aunt May?
Oh my god, that was fucking awesome.
Peter, what happened?
Bobby and Johnny are okay. I think.
Aunt May, it's okay. It's okay.
Is anyone a doctor? Someone help!
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Peter,
I'm so sorry.
what are you apologizing for?
I know that this isn't the life that you wanted.
No, you crazy boy.
Please, pick up Peter. Come on.
Hold on! Gwen, get Aunt May as far from here as possible. I don't care if you have to hit her on the head with a hammer and carry her. Go! Go! Go!
Oh my god, Peter. Peter, you're bleeding. Peter, you're bleeding.
Just go! Hey, Norman, do me a favor and just stay there. I'll be right back. Hold that thought. Johnny, wake up, please. I need the Human Torch. Please wake up. Come on. Oh, what happened? What, Peter? What are you doing here? Johnny, I'm in a bad situation, man. I really need your... Move! Flame on!
Parker!
What happens when you kill me? The wife and son that you murdered won't come back, Norman. You won't be captain of industry again. And your hair isn't gonna magically come back into fashion.
You'll be dead.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Did I get him?
You're insane. Did you steal this truck?
It was just there.
I love you. Now get out of here.
This is the day of reckoning. I am delivering God's message.
Shut up!
I will destroy you.
Shut up!
Yes! Peter!
Peter, come on. Wake up. Peter, please wake up. Come on. Hey, buddy.
Johnny, stop slapping me.
Hey, man.
Did I do it?
I think you got him.
Okay, that's good. Because that's about all that I had.
Peter?
Hey, Mary, are you okay?
Peter! Oh my god! You have to get to a hospital!
Stay back, I can fly him.
Are you crazy?
But
you
he was
can't
just...
move him! Oh my god, somebody do something! Peter!
Peter, oh my god, what did you do?
It's okay. It's okay. I did it. I did it.
Please hold on. There, ambulance is coming.
It's okay, Aunt May. I did it. I did it.
What?
I couldn't save him. Uncle Ben, no matter what I did, I couldn't save him. But I saved you. I saved you. I saved you. I did it. And I saved you. And
Peter, wake up, son. There he is. You did good, kid. I'm so proud of you.
The walls were white, the flame was red, but not